sessions. Yes, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is ready for today's session, today's and tomorrow's session, in fact. So, okay, this program is about right. I mean, jumping right into the program. Uh, is about learning Python in 2 days. All right. This is the Python bootcamp, which in the sense, the bootcamp actually means to be able to get in the field as quick as possible. Okay. From there, the concept of bootcamp has come. Right. So that being the target of the program, uh, I would like to know the expectations that you have from this program. And I would like to know like answers from everyone. And I will also mention what expectations or what to expect from this program as well. But I would like to know your expectations in the first place and why is it that you joined the program? If we could quickly take a round and do that.
Okay, hi everyone. So I'm Sindhu. So I've done masters in project management recently, and I'm looking to move to the field of data engineering. So I thought this will be a step to start. And so yes, like you mentioned, Gautam, by the end of tomorrow. So um, I'm planning to be able to at least, be like 10 or 20% into the program so that it'll give me like a kickstart to actually learn um, and explore more into data engineering. So that's my expectation from the course.
Okay. Thank you, Sindhu.
Yeah, I think from my side, yeah, I'm basically looking to be interview ready. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
major word.
Interview ready. All
Yep.
right. Thank you.
Oh, I think yes. Thanks, Kiran, for the point. Even I would like to be that because I'm in the process of taking up a job and learning, and I would also like to be interview ready by then.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
Uh, Good morning, everybody. I'm Hemant. So, with this bootcamp, I'm expecting a strong foundation or strong basics in Python, which will help me
Mm-hmm.
to, get started with the in-depth knowledge to learn depth in Python. So, I'm expecting that.
Basics in depth. Okay. Anyone else? Or anything? Anyone here? Rajesh, Ram.
Probably
Okay,
going high.
Rajesh and yes.
Yeah,
Venkat,
probably
go
getting
ahead. No problem.
to data engineering sphere where I've not entered it, thinking whether I can flex my arms there and that field learning Python.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Venkat.
Yeah. So thank you though for arranging this.
No problem. Thank you. Yes.
Gautam, I want
Hey,
to go to data engineering field because I'm into ETL and reporting data warehouse space as of now. So I want some basics to build ETL pipelines and all. Instead of directly jumping into cloud, I just wanted to learn Python before going there. That's my motive in this class.
Okay. Okay. Ram.
hey, Gautam. So I'm more looking towards the AI stuff, and I know that Python is a backbone for AI. I have no visibility into Python, so this might be a good opportunity.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your ideas or expectations from this program. Okay. So most of you, I see, are either interested in starting or I mean either looking forward to starting a career in data engineering or looking forward to transition into data engineering or AI related tasks, right? So most of you. Interesting. So before I address your expectations, I would like to know what experience you have in programming on a scale of 1 to 10. How do you rate yourself as a programmer? Irrespective of the language, whether you could write programs in C or C++ or Java, irrespective of that, can you guys give me a number between 1 to 10?
Radhan, this is Rajesh. Except SQL, I don't have any programming experience.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
give 4 for Python and Java, apart from SQL and Unix. I'll give 8.
Okay.
I give myself a
Okay.
1. The only language
Okay.
I know is Terraform or Ansible. I can get by them. Right.
Okay.
Nothing programming related.
Okay.
I would give myself something in between 0 to 1 too, because the only language I know a little bit of basics is SQL and nothing else. I'm new to programming.
All right.
Same with me. I would like to state -1 here because I'm pretty new to tech-related careers as such. So no programming skill whatsoever.
Okay. Who is this?
Hi, my name is Karthik. I've
Oh,
been
yeah. Okay.
in the
Hi.
meeting. Yeah,
Okay.
you can see my name as SP Karthik.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get that. All right. Interesting. And Sai Kiran here is rating himself at 9 on 10. So which programming language are you familiar with, Sai Kiran?
Yeah, I mostly use uh, Java and Scala.
Oh, okay. Okay. In that case, I think it would be the easiest for you to transition to Python among the batch. But nevertheless, we'll try to get to a comfortable level.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
sure.
Now
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
sure, thanks. Now we have talked about programming, right? Right. And we have talked about what do you call languages like Python and this thing. And specifically, this boot camp, we have titled it as Constructs of Python. Right. Now, before understanding what does this actually mean, there are two aspects to software development, predominantly two aspects, or majorly or broadly considered, there are two aspects of software development for software development. And those are one, what do you call, learning a programming language and learning programming. Both are completely, entirely different. So learning about programming language is like, let us take a car or a motorcycle. Learning about where the clutch is, how to, what do you call, press the clutch, how to, what do you call, give gas or give acceleration, when to apply brake, how to apply brake. All this information is the information about programming language, right? Programming is about actually riding or driving in the traffic, right? So in these 2 days, it will be like if you guys have explored into something called as what do you call learning motorcycle riding in USA, you will be given a motorcycle and you will be taught to ride them in the what do you call specified area, in a confined area, right? You will definitely know all the techniques, you will definitely know how to ride a motorcycle, but programming as such is about taking your motorcycle into the traffic. Is the distinction understood?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Which means
Yes.
once you know how to ride a motorcycle in the traffic, or a vehicle in the traffic, be it a motorcycle or a car, maybe a little dynamics may change, but most of it stays the same. The skills are transferable. Programming language are the different vehicles that you have. Programming is your skill of riding in the traffic. Okay. And that is why if you have any idea of what do you call experience with any other programming language, transitioning into this programming language should be a cakewalk. Okay. With that being said, we will try to get you enough speed. Okay. So that get you to enough speed so that with continuous and regular practice, you should be able to get to where you want to get in consider no time. There is no such thing as no time. I agree, but in very little time, you should be able to get to where you want to get. Point one. Point two. Programming is about, and I mean, we have compared it with riding in the traffic, right? So, but what is programming as such in software development? It is logic writing, right? So you need to have logic. You need to get the logic. And the only way that I know of getting to logic, or getting a what do you call getting a logic struck in your mind, is through regular practice. It is programming is very much analogous to mathematics, solving problems using mathematics. Simple as that. So the only way you can develop or improve logic is by doing it, by practicing. All right. I hope we laid the foundation. Now, coming to programming language, any modern programming language must be easy once you understand one programming language well enough. When you understand one programming language well enough, that knowledge is quite a bit transferable between programming languages, and you should be able to handle that as well. Now, why Python? Many people have come here to get into DE or AI, data related tasks. And they saw that predominantly Python is being used there in those areas, and hence Python. Am I correct? I would
Yep,
say, even if
correct.
this is not your requirement, okay, even if this is not your requirement, you should learn Python. Why is that so? if you want to get into programming. Because across the globe, Python is considered to be the best or one of the best, if not the best, first programming language to learn. Python is considered one of the best, if not the best, first programming language to learn. Which means, and why is that so? Because the syntax or the code that you write using Python is closest to English. We will look into that once we get into learning the constructs of the programming language. Closest to English. All right. Now, since beginning, we have been talking about something called as constructs of Python. Constructs of Python. We have titled it, the program that. So what do we mean by constructs of Python? The reason for choosing this title are two, in fact. One, it's about the building blocks of the language, which means the like variables, the data types, etc., the if conditions, the functions, the different aspects of writing code in Python are called constructs of Python. And two, constructing something with Python. So the reason for choosing this thing are two. I mean, constructs of Python can mean two aspects. One, the building blocks of the language, and two, we building a block with the existing building blocks of the language again. Might sound a little confusing, but once we get into the program, you'll get that should be simpler to understand. Any questions so far? So now, what can you expect after defining all of this? I would like to establish what can we expect from this program. Okay. We can expect to learn most prominently used constructs of Python. Covering or discussing a programming language in its entirety is impractical even in one full life, because new things are being built always. Right? That too, when it comes to Python, it is even more difficult. Why is that so? We will get to there again during the course of the program. But whatever is required to be able to do whatever you guys are hoping to do, we will be learning more than that as well, and more than that itself. That should not be an issue. Now, and the main aspect, second important aspect of the program is to understand each construct. I will try to give you even the nuances between the applications and the definitions or the usage of different constructs of the language to be able to understand the language in a better way. Okay. And we will be talking about two different kinds of, in fact, actually three different kinds of programming paradigms. Okay? Even that we will cover. Any questions? But right after this program, I will be sharing assignments with you in the group. It is the individual's responsibility to solve them and get to me if you have any questions. Those assignments, it comprises of about 100 plus questions. But if you practice those questions well, then you guys can claim to get to the state where you want to get to once you are done with that. Once you understand, once you solve those problems yourselves. All right. Apart from that, there is a site called as hackerrank.com. It is similar to Leet Code in this country. Okay. Try solving problems there. That's for your practice. When you do this, you should be able to
Whatcode.com?
HackerRank.
In brackets?
Okay. So Leet Code is US version of hackerrank.com.
LELAET or
LEET.
Okay, LEET. Okay.
But that is expensive. You need to pay for it or something like that. I haven't much tried that, but I'm on HackerRank. I have solved
Okay.
problems on HackerRank, so that should do.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah. All right. Any questions in this part so far?
I just had a question with regards to paradigm. When you said paradigm, you mean like different thinking to solve different problems, right? That's what you meant. I
Beautiful.
just wanted.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Right. So this is what we'll try doing in the class, and this is your assignments. Okay. All right. With that being said, let me establish my experience at teaching and coding. So I've been coding in Python. Python has been my go-to programming language since more than 12 years. I started Python coding with Python version 3.3, if I'm not wrong, and the current version is I even lost track of it. 3.21 or something, I guess, the latest version. Yeah,
No, it was
or 3.12.
3.12.
1.2, right? Okay.
No, it's actually 13.2. I just downloaded yesterday, so 3.1,
Oh, okay.
3.2 is
1
what
3.2.
it is.
Okay, fine. So, yeah, but at few organizations, I had to write code even in 2.7 though. But yeah, I've been coding in Python since about 12 years. I've been into teaching since uh, about 16 years. And teaching Python since about 7 years. Any questions or anything so far? If no questions, let us jump right in. So even getting into understanding what a programming language is, can someone explain what do someone mean by the term computer? That which can compute, correct? So what do you mean by the term compute?
It's like a calculator. It'll just solve your mathematical question for you. So it'll crunch your numbers, basically.
Right. So what do you mean by crunching the numbers?
Solve a problem just like what is 2 plus 2, or maybe 2000 into 2000. So it'll
Beautiful.
take a long time for us.
To do the calculation, but computers are fast at it. How? Beautiful. We have established what do we mean by computing. Now how? How do you think this thing is working?
Uh,
When you
like
say 2 plus 2,
initially,
yeah.
initially people had something like abacus wherein they would help them do the calculation faster. But now they have utilized some kind of system where the so technically it is like ones and zeros and one.
Exactly. Some kind of manipulation with zeros and ones, right? And beautifully brought into the picture a device called as abacus. Okay. I haven't seen the device in real life, but it is something like this. It has some strings on it and some balls on it, right? Something like this. Now, each ball is given a number, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. You will have the numbers above saying 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. And where you place the ball tells the value of the ball. Something like that. Okay. Now, the similar technology or similar idea is brought into computers. How? Okay. Let us say excuse me for my drawing. Let us say we have 4 bulbs connected in a line. Okay. Now let us associate one value with each bulb. Let us associate this bulb with 1 and this bulb with 2, this bulb with 3, this bulb with 4. Okay. Now what we will do is, let us say that if this bulb is turned on, okay, then we will take 1 as a value. If this bulb is turned off, then its value is 0. On means 1, off means 0. Okay, same with this bulb. On means 2, off means 0. Same with this. On means 3, off means 0. Okay. Now, when all the bulbs are turned on, which means what is the value of bulb this bulb?
Four,
What is the value of this bulb when this turn on? Yes.
4,
This one,
3,
this one,
2,
right? Now, the sum of this is we consider as 4 plus 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now, what if this bulb is turned off? This is off now.
total value is 7. The particular value of the bulb will be 0.
Beautiful. This is how we are calculating, right? Now imagine what we have in our computers is nothing but a series of something called as diodes. Where each diode, okay, as the name suggests, diode can exhibit two states, on, off. When the diode is turned on, whatever value it represents, that comes into the play. When the diode is turned off, 0. That is why we call that computers, all that a computer can understand is a 0 and 1. So when we when we say something is a 64-bit computer, we are saying that there are millions of diodes like this in the computer, but every 64 diodes, okay, every series of 64 diodes are considered as one value collectively. Okay, that is what we mean by that. Any questions so far? All right. Now, if that is understood, then let us understand the labeling of the devices. Okay, let us come back to these 4 devices setup. Right now, is it efficient to number these devices with 1, 2, 3, and 4, or is there a better way? With 4 LEDs or with 4 devices, how many numbers maximum can you represent? Every device can exhibit 2 states, right? Our simple permutations and combinations. Every device can exhibit 2 states, right? Which means this can be in 2 states. This device can exhibit 2 states. This device can exhibit 2 states, and this device can exhibit 2 states. Which means
Taking a guess, thinking 16.
yes, 16. It could exhibit 16 numbers. But when we are summing all these numbers, the maximum we are getting is 10, correct? Which means this definitely is not the best way of or optimal way of utilizing these 4 devices. Am I correct? Any questions so far? Okay. If no questions, then let us renumber the devices and try if we could get to this number. Okay. Now what I will do is, I will start with 1 and I will number the second device as 2. This is 2 power 0. This is 2 power 1. And this thing, I will give it as 2 power 2. The number I will represent this device will be 2 power 2. And the last device will be 2 power 3. Okay. 2 power 2 is 4 and 2 power 3 is 8. Now, this is how I assign values to this number. Now, can you guys construct all the numbers from 0 till 15 using these 4 devices? When all the 4 devices are turned on, were turned off, what is the value?
16.
Sorry, when all the devices are turned off, what is the value?
0, right?
0. When the first device is turned on, what is the
1.
value now?
1.
When the first device is turned off and the second device is turned on,
Again 1.
what is the value? Sorry? What is the value now?
It should be
Well,
2,
1
2, 2,
should be 4, right?
2.
2.
But
Right.
it's
When first 2 devices are turned off, but the last 2 devices are turned on, what is the value now?
3,
2 plus 1.
3.
This device is turned off, this is turned on, and the other 2 devices are also turned off. What is the value now?
4.
Which means so on, when all the 4 devices are turned on, what is the value? 8 plus 4, 12 plus 2, 14 plus 1. Did we get from 0 till 15?
Mm-hmm.
And isn't that what people call as the binary number? Value for 0 is 0000. Binary value for 1 is 0001. Binary value for 2 is 0010. Isn't this? Have you guys ever come across the binary numbers?
But not this extensively from my side.
Sorry?
Not so extensively as we spoke now.
Okay. Which means simply, let me clear some of the board. All right. Right. Okay. Now, which means whenever we say add 2 plus 2 to a computer, what is the value, binary value of 2? What a calculator does? It takes 0010 and other 2 also 0010 and now does the addition. Okay. Now the rule to binary addition is when both the values are zeros, you put a 0 directly below it. Okay. When both values are ones, then also you put a 0 directly below it, but you put a 1 on the left side of the device. Okay. Now, when you sum 1 with 0, the sum will be 1. 1 plus 0 or 0 plus 0 is 1. The rules are 0 plus 0 is equal to 0. 0 plus 1 is equal to 1. 1 plus 0 is equal to 1. 1 plus 1 is equal to, these are the rules. Okay. So this is the value that we are getting using the binary addition, right? Now, in our device representation, okay, 1, 2, 4, 8. When we turn on this device and turn all the other devices off, what is the value?
4.
Isn't that the result of this addition? Okay. To get to a little more clarity, people are dropping messages in the chat. Uh, okay. Guys, if you could speak up, it would be more easier for me also to handle. Okay, right. Now, let us test if this logic is correct or not, if this logic works or not. Okay, what is the representation for 3 in binary?
0,
Value of
0,
0.
1, 1.
Right, 0, 0, 1, 1. And 4 in binary?
0, 1, 0, 0.
0, 1, 0, 0. Now, can you guys help me with the sum of these two numbers? 1 plus 0, how
0, 1,
much?
1, 1.
1, 1, 1. 0, 1, 1.
Right. When you turn these 3 devices on, now what is the value of it?
3.
Sorry? 4 plus 2 plus 1.
Good. Oh, yeah, 7. Sorry.
Isn't that the sum of 3 plus 4?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what that is happening in your calculators and in your computers when you are typing numbers or stuff in the language that we understand. Right? We write stuff in the language that we understand, and computer is converting it into the language that it understands. Why is that so? Can't we write directly in the language that a computer can understand? We can. We absolutely can write in the language that a computer can understand. Correct or not? Just now we have already written what do you call 0, 1, 2, 3, 0 till 15. We have written numbers in binary. Beautiful. So can't we write programs in binary?
We should.
We could. Definitely. Undoubtedly. But do you think we would have progressed technologically to the level that we did if we were writing code in binary?
So, a computer is something that is supposed to make our work less, but if we continue to write code only in binary, our work will only increase, it will not become less. So, we had to invent a shortcut.
Right. It's not about incapability, but about efficiency. Any questions so far? At the end of the day, Karthik spoke now, right? Whatever Karthik has mentioned, that is the definition of a machine. And computer is nevertheless a machine that is there to ease our job. Any questions? Like when scientists, since no questions, so when scientists have realized that we could very well write the program in zeros and ones, but is that really that efficient, or how fast can we write programs that way? When they realized that, they realized, okay, we need something called as we need something, a medium that we are more comfortable in speaking in, right? A medium that we are more comfortable in using to talk to a machine. We cannot make machine understand another language, nor we are like we are enthusiastic enough in learning zeros and ones. A computer cannot understand anything other than zeros and ones, and we are not so enthusiastic in learning zeros and ones, which means we need a medium or something called as a translator. Okay. The first ever built translator is something called as assembler, the programming language that is closest to zeros and ones. Okay. From translators, we have grown a few levels and came something called as COBOL, Fortran, etc. And then came the then advanced programming language called as C. As on date, we consider even C as one of the primitive programming languages. Because we need to write a lot of formalities there. It requires a lot of formalities. Then C programming also got evolved leaps and bounds further, paving way to paving way to something called as Java. Java has revolutionized the industry, the software industry, or we can say the then disrupted. And then came even after Python, they have, I mean, a few languages more have come into the market that are trying to become the talk of the town now. But Python is the programming language that is predominantly used in the most current technologies in the world. Okay. So on came Python, which means whenever we say, whenever someone says the word Python, they are mentioning, they are talking about two aspects there. The first aspect is the translator. Okay. That translate whatever we talk to it into computer understandable language. Zeros and ones. And the second aspect, what they mean is the rules of talking to it. We have many languages in the world. We have Hindi, Telugu, English, Tamil, like you name it, right? Every language has their own set of rules, correct? Similarly, Python also comes with a set of rules in which we should talk so that this translator is able to translate whatever we say to it into zeros and ones. That is what people mean when they say Python in the context of programming, not in the context of wildlife or biology, of course. Any questions? All right. If no questions, let us quickly take a 10. We'll group at 11:10 again. And then I will break for lunch at 1 o'clock. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. It's just the right. All right. Now, let us talk about Python. Let us finally get into the world of Python. Okay. I hope from yesterday's email, all of you have downloaded your Python softwares and installed in your computer. Am I correct? Now, there are two aspects to Python here when it comes to installation. Okay. Right from installation, there are twists in the programming language. Okay. In Linux and Mac OS computers, excuse me, Mac OS computers based off Unix, okay, they come with built-in Python, okay, right. Windows computers do not come with Python. All right. Now, again, here there is a twist. Never use the built-in version of Python on your Linux computers. Do not use, because that is used. One second. All right. That is used by your operating system. Okay. So always install Python in a new computer. If you have Python already installed, a new fresh version, then you don't have to do it again and again. All right. Same thing. Windows do not come with Python, so no headache at all. You must install Python, or you have to install Python. Okay. I hope all of you have installed Python in your computers. For Windows computers, it will be a python.exe file. Okay. For other computers, Linux computers and Mac OS computers, it will either be python.dmg or pkg or so on, depending on the flavor of OS that you are using. Okay, just a second. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so once you have installed Python in your computer, all right, for Windows computers, it will give a prompt. After finishing installation, it will give a prompt asking whether to add Python to your path. You must always say yes to that. If you have by any chance said no, then you have to add Python to your what do you call system path separately. Okay, how to do that? You can Google and find it. All right. Now, to ensure or to check whether Python is already installed in your computers, you could do this. You could open your terminal. Like here. Let me know if you are able to see the screen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I have a
Control
doubt
L.
regarding this. Which terminal would that be? Would that be it base or would that be the terminal that comes with us, the CMD?
Okay, for Windows users, which terminal you use is up to you. If you have sorry. Yeah, you have options like CMD by default or PowerShell. These both come with the operating system. If you have installed any other terminals like Git or something, Git, Git Bash, or something like that, then you could use those terminals also. For Linux users, you have a simple terminal application in your computer. For Mac OS users also, there will be a built-in application called as terminal, but I prefer working with something called as ITERM, item 2. This is my terminal that I use. So any terminal it may be, you should be able to run this command. Now, for Windows users, there is also something called as if you want to stay on Windows computer, and since I am familiar with Linux and Unix OS commands more than Windows commands, and if you want to stay in the family, in the Linux family, then there is something called as WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux. That is a terminal emulator. Now, what is emulator and all? It's not our area of interest as of now, at least. It means nothing but a Linux type terminal for Windows. Any questions there? Hello?
No,
Sorry.
no questions.
How can I get the WSL? Because
You can download it, I guess. You can go to
okay.
Google and say
Right,
WSL, or
I'll
else.
just do it. Yeah, I'll do it right
Yeah,
away.
yeah,
Thanks.
no problem. Thank you. So if you have opened your Python terminals, and you can simply type Python -v and hit enter. If that is not working in your computer, or if it is returning 2.x version of Python, then you can always say Python 3 minus uppercase V or capital V. Interesting. Ram is sharing that instead of WSL, you can download MOBA Xterm, which is an easy way to get a shell terminal in Windows, it seems. Interesting. He shared it in the chat. The group should be able to see that. Okay. 1 second.
So I'm just trying in my command prompt thing,
Mhm.
but it says Python was not found. Run without arguments to
Okay.
install.
Yes, which means after installing Python, you did not add it to your system path.
Got it. Okay. So I reinstall it now and do that? Or what do
You don't have to do that. How to add Python to system path? You can search for it on Google,
Okay. Got
and you
it.
should be
Okay.
able to figure that out.
Sure. I'm going to do that.
Okay. But if anyone knows how to add Python to system path, can you guys pitch in Windows? Because
Probably go to environment variables, search for environment
yeah,
variables.
so you should right click on the start button, go to control panel, and then go to environment variables, right?
Right.
Right
Yeah.
click on control panel, go to properties, go to environment variables. That is how I guess. Sindhu, can you please share your screen? I want everyone
Yeah,
to
sure.
get to the same page.
Okay. I hope you can see now.
Yes.
So this is what I'm getting.
Without arguments to install from the Python store. Okay. No, show me the other window.
Which is
The rightmost
uh,
window. The rightmost window in
this
the
one?
bottom. Yes. Yes. Now, you can go to system and security if I'm not wrong.
Actually, don't worry about that. Tap on your Windows icon or the search button. Yeah. Search for an environment. Yeah, the first one. Environment variables. Path. Double click on that. Yeah, so you can add a new path.
You need to add a new path. The first one. Yeah. But you need to know where Python is installed on your computer.
Click on browse.
Sorry?
Browse.
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 Um, expand your user, Sindhu.
Uh,
You are right there.
yes.
There should be an app data. Or
Not here.
go
You.
to
Yes.
Explorer, the hidden folder. So
Desktop? Which one?
open up your Windows Explorer. Leave this one. Open up your Windows Explorer. Yeah, go into
This PC.
see users. Users. You are user. View hidden files. No. View up top. Show hidden items. Should be app data. Local programs. Python. Python 313. Copy this location.
What do we do?
On
Click on the bar above.
to the right. Yeah. Click on that.
Yeah. Click there. No, no, no.
No,
No, no, no, no.
So,
Okay. 1 second. Give me. Can you give me remote access, Sindhu? Yeah. Okay. You can click there. Now, Control C. Go here. Cancel.
you want me to
I
do,
lost
or you're
access.
trying to?
click on
Okay, you
cancel.
can.
Okay.
I'm trying to do actually. I'm not getting.
Click on cancel.
Okay.
Cancel.
You can click on cancel. Yes.
Double click.
Click on new. Control V. Yes. And slash backslash. Backslash. No, not that's forward slash.
Yeah.
Yes. Python.
No. There is
Not
a
required.
scripts folder. So Python
And the same.
slash scripts with a capital S.
Okay.
And add one more and paste it. Oh, sorry. Enter.
Okay.
Actually, you have to add another slash to the right of script.
Backslash. Edit. Yeah.
Enter.
Okay.
And next line, double click on it. Yeah, paste it. Enter. Click on OK. OK.
So now it's added.
Yeah, it's added.
Yeah.
Click on
So
OK.
I go back here and check again.
No. Click on OK. Close your terminal.
And restart your terminal basically. Yeah.
Open it up again.
So I just do
Just type it.
Python.
No. Dash
That's
dash.
it.
Yeah, either way.
Dash version works here.
Dash.
Yeah, anything should work actually.
Version small v.
When you say dash, not uppercase V. It is lowercase version. Yeah. VERSION.
Okay.
Enter. And without almost no, still it's not able to find.
Can you rerun the installer?
You need to uninstall this once and then you can rerun, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So uninstall, right?
Guess so. Okay. So while it uninstalls, let's continue forward. And whenever you install it, it will ask in the last to add Python to system path. If you do
Got it.
say
Okay.
yes there, then it will add it to the path directly. And
Sure.
if it
Yeah,
still
I'll
doesn't
do
work
that.
for you, then for the time being, you can use the what do you call Python idle that you have shown or you have opened earlier. Okay.
That's the one I'm
Temporarily, you can use the
uninstalling.
Python idle. Yeah. Once you install,
That's the one I'm
you will be able
uninstalling,
to see
right?
that.
Okay. Okay.
So it's already, it must have already been uninstalled. So when you install it now again,
Yes.
that idle will be coming back. Okay. So once
Okay.
you
Yeah.
get that idle, for the time being, you can work from the idle.
Okay.
You could have added it to this thing there in the first screen itself.
Oh, oh, is it okay?
Okay. I don't
Can I
sure
cancel this
if
and start?
it'll show in the last. But no, let it run. We'll see. I'll show you
Okay.
also cancel. I don't know if it doesn't work this way again. Then for the time being, you use the idle,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then we will in the next break we will work on this thing.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
All right. Yes. Let me share my screen again. All right. So I guess and I hope everyone else got their Python versions popped up as soon as they ran this command. All right. So what we will do now is we said that we have installed Python, right? We mean that Python translator, okay, consider that as a box or a black box for now. Okay, that box has been installed in your computer. Okay, now when you go to command prompt and say Python and hit return or enter, okay, without any variables or without any flags next to it, then what happens is this box gets activated. Okay, this box gets activated, which means you can assume that we are entering into the box and anything we write, okay, anything we write when the box is active is going to go to the box first and then gets translated to zeros and ones. If the translator is not able to translate whatever you write here, then it will throw an error. Okay, that is what we mean by typing Python without any flags and hitting return, which means we are getting into the or inside the black box. Okay, now whatever we write, if we write it in the language called as Python, this box will be able to translate it into zeros and ones. That is the idea behind all of this thing. Any questions there? Okay. If no questions, the first task for the day. Oh, sorry, my is just the bad. Right. We'll say Python and hit enter. We got into Python. And when we are here, when it says this thing, all this stuff, okay, and you see this 3 arrow mark symbol, correct? Now this is called as Python prompt. Okay, this is what that is referred to when someone say Python prompt. Okay, which means anything you type here now goes to the box that we have just discussed. So what we will do is let us try using Python as a calculator to start with. All right. As we have discussed earlier, 2 plus 2, 5. Okay. 3 plus 4, 7. Okay. Which means we can say our Python is working as a calculator now. Now let us learn some terminology. Excuse me. So when you said okay, when you said 2 plus 2 here, this is some kind of a symbol that is doing something. And these two are symbols that we have a meaning associated with, right? The symbol in between is using the symbols on the either sides or on both sides and giving us a result, correct? Now, this symbol in between is called as an operator. And the symbols on the sides are called as operands, which means this symbol is working on these symbols. The symbol that is working on the other symbols, the symbols that are next to it or around it, is called as an operator, and the symbols that are around the operator are called as operands. Okay. Now coming to operators, just like plus symbol, there must be like different other symbols, correct? Therefore, there are different types of operators in Python. An operator is a symbol, okay, that performs operations. Okay. And there are different kinds of operators in Python called as arithmetic, logic, comparison. Okay. Uh, and there are others also. Membership, identity. These are the different kinds of operators in Python. So when it comes to arithmetic operators, we have something called as plus, I mean addition, minus, multiplication, division. Okay, story doesn't end there. To get the remainder of a division, we have modulo division. This symbol is called as modulo division. Okay. There is something called as floor division. Okay. There is something called as exponentiation. A power B stuff. Any questions? All right. So now, how does the addition operator work? When you give two numbers, say 1 plus 2, it returns the sum, 3. When you say 2.6 plus 7.9, it returns what? 80, 105, 10.5. Okay. When you say constructs plus of plus Python, the same operator, but different kind of data or operands, and then it returns something called as it will add these values within the codes together. Okay. These are integers. It behaves this way in integers. It behaves in this way with decimals. It behaves in this way with normal textual data. Specifically, what are they called? We will discuss about that down the line. Okay. Now, when you say 1 plus 7.9, what do you think will be the result now?
8.9.
8.9, right? When you say 1 plus Python, what do you think will be the result now?
Error. Because
Beautiful.
Python is not defined.
Python is not a value that is similar to that of this value, correct? This is represented or written in one way that is different from the way this one is written. Which means there is something that is different between these two values, correct? And hence it is not able to perform, understand, or interpret how to work with these two kinds of values. Here, when you said 7.9 and here when you said 1, okay, since it is our basic math, we are able to do the addition directly, correct? We are able to do this addition directly. But in the computer on the calculator, what is happening is this 7.9 is taken as it is, okay? And your 1 is being converted to 1.0 implicitly. And without our involvement, Python itself is taking care of converting 1 to 1.0 and then doing the addition and returning the sum. Clear? Any questions so far? All right.
No.
So now if no questions, thank you. Let us remove these symbols and check, okay? 1 minus 2, 2.6 minus 7.9, minus here, minus here, minus, minus. So what do you think will be the result of 1 minus 2?
-1.
-1. How about 2.6 minus 7.9? Some number, but it will not error out. Correct?
Correct.
When you say constructs of Python and you put minuses here in between, what do you think will be the result of this operation?
It will give an error though.
It will give me an error here.
Right. So when you say 1 minus 7.9, what will be the result?
Some number.
-6.9.
But the point being, it will not error out and it will give the result. Right? When you say this,
Error.
stays consistent with that, which means what can we infer about this operator? Just like addition operator, subtraction operator also is working the way it does in mathematics, the way that we have learned it so far. Correct? The plus symbol or the addition symbol can also work with non-numerical data. Correct? Provided the whole data that it is working with is non-numerical. But this negative operator or minus operator cannot work with non-numerical data. Any questions there? All right. If no questions, I will be going into the next operations quickly. So let me know if you see any difficulties. If you find any difficulties here, inform in the early stages itself. All right. Okay. Now let us look into something called as multiplication operator. Strict symbol. Okay. So what do you think will be the result of the first operation? 1 into 2 multiplied by 2
2.
is equal to 2 into 1, which is 2. Which means irrespective of which operator is on which side, the operation is work just the way that we learned in maths, right? So is the case with this also, 2.6 into 7.9. Here we will get a decimal number. Now, this values with the multiplication operation in between. What do you think this will result in? Errors. 1 into 7.9. Right? You can multiply decimals with integers, correct?
Yeah.
And the resultant is a decimal value. Now 1 into Python, what will be the result?
Error.
Beautiful. Now, Python into 1. What will be the result?
Should be an error.
Strange, right? Now, what will be the result when we say,
Gautam, sorry to interrupt. I think I do get the result when I multiply a number with Python with a string.
okay, this one also is giving a
Right,
value?
right. Yeah, it's like
Interesting.
yeah.
So I haven't done this in the recent times, but okay. Yeah, like they've started interpreting this as this itself. I mean this or other way around, like this it's with
Uh,
this itself. Okay.
the
In
screen
3.3
is
versions, I
not
guess.
sharing anymore. You stop sharing the screen.
Really, is it for everyone or for?
I do see the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Gautam, Python or string multiplied by 2 gives Python.
Right.
I somehow can't see your screen. I'm just going to exit and rejoin again.
Sure. Okay. So the result of a multiplication between an integer and a textual value is the repetition of the textual value for as many times as this integer is indicating. Any questions there? Hello?
No.
Okay. Now, what will this result in? Python into 3.6. Can
They
that
should give an
have an
error, right?
interpretation? Yes. Any questions, anyone?
Yes. So, like someone was telling, if you assign a value for the string Python and do 1 plus Python, you got an answer, right?
Python into 1 is also we are getting an answer.
Okay, Python into 1, yes, but 1 plus Python, I'm not getting any answer. I still get it as an error.
Yes. For plus symbol, yes, it is an error. For addition, it is an error. It cannot interpret it.
Okay.
They were talking
So
about this thing
Python into
itself, the
1.
multiplication. Yes.
Okay.
This is giving an answer.
So assigning a value is just putting it in a string. So
We are not, we haven't assigned any value to anything
okay.
yet. We are not talking about
Okay.
we haven't talked about assignment yet.
Okay.
Any questions with multiplication so far? Multiplication between different kinds of data. All right. In that case, let's get to the next symbol. Correct. So the next symbol in context is division operator, a single slash, forward slash, represent division in Python. Okay. Now 1 by 2, what will be the result?
0.5.
2.6 plus 7.9 also gives some result. It will not error out. What do you think will be the output here? Constructs divided by of divided by Python. Can it mean anything?
No error.
1 divided by 7.9. Some result. One divided by Python. Hello? 1 divided by Python.
Error.
Python divided by 1.
Python?
You are getting Python?
No, error.
Error.
Yes. Python divided by 2, obviously. Which means just like negative symbol or minus symbol, even the slash, the division operator, can work only between numbers. Any questions, anybody? With respect to these 4 operators. All right. The next thing, the modulo operator. Okay. A little complex than the other operators. You guys remember the concept of reminders in division? Now, when you divide 5 by 3, what is the remainder?
The remainder is 2.
Right. When you divide 3 ones are 3, and this is what we call as remainder, right? Which means the 5 modulo 3 operator is going to give the result 2. When you say 8 modulo 7, what will be the result?
1.
1.
9 modulo 3, what will be the result?
0.
There will be no remainder, correct?
Remainder. Yeah.
Which means the slash operator is returning the quotient of the division, and the percentile operator or the modulo operator returns the remainder of the division. Any questions there?
Remainder.
Hello?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Right. Now, the double slash operator. The double slash operator is called in two ways. Integer division operator or floor division operator. Okay? Why is it called so? When you do, say, 5 divided by 3, what is the result?
1.333.
1.66, like 1.6.
1.66. Yeah, sorry.
6, exactly. Correct? When you do 5 double slash 3, okay?
Yes.
We are calling it as integer division. Correct? Which means this decimal part is removed from this division. Okay? Which means what is the resulting value?
1.
Which means 8 double slash 7. What is the resulting value?
1.
When you are doing or implementing regular division on integers, also, excuse me, the resulting number is getting automatically converted into decimal and we're getting the decimal as a value result, right? Excuse me. But when you are doing double slash division, you are getting an integer. And hence it is called as integer division. Clear this part? Why is it called as an integer division? Is that understood?
Yeah.
All right. Now let us understand why is it called as floor division. Okay. So 1.666 so on up to 7 after many iterations. Okay. This decimal value falls between two integers. Correct? What are those two integers?
1
1
and
and 2.
This is called as floor division, right? Which means it is returning the base value or the floor value for this decimal value, real value. Correct? Now, this is an assignment for you to find out. Is there a way, is there a method with which we can get this value also called as ceiling value of a integer division? Okay? Get back to me with an answer. There is no hurry. Tomorrow. Even if you know the answer today, don't let it out. Those whoever know it. Is this understood?
sorry, what? No, Gautam, can you please repeat what was the thing?
Okay. So this, the integer division or the double slash division is returning the value, integer value that is less than this real value, correct?
Okay.
And we are calling this as floor value. And hence the floor division. This operator is also called as floor division.
Yes, okay.
Which means there I want you guys to research and find out if there is a method that returns the ceiling value of this division. If this is floor, then this is ceiling value, right? We can consider it so. Any real value between 1 and 2 will have the floor value as 1 and the ceil value as 2. Am I correct? Am I correct? Is this understood?
Yes, yes, I am.
Yeah. So find out if there is a method. Okay. Find out if there is a method that returns the ceiling value of such division. All right.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, understood.
No problem. All right. All right. Now let us look into the double asterisk symbol. This is called as exponentiation. Okay. In mathematics, what we represent as 2 power 2 can be written as 2 star star 2 in Python, resulting in 2 power 3 can be written as 2 star star 3. Okay. Which means multiply 2 with itself for 3 times. Correct? 2 cube. 2 power 4 can be written in Python as 2 star star 4. Can someone tell me the value of this?
Right.
16.
So the double asterisk symbol represents exponentiation. Any questions so far? All right. If no questions, then let us get to the next topic. And interestingly enough, our next topic is not about the next of these operators, but instead about something else. Okay. Now let us understand something called as variables in Python. Okay. What do you think is a variable? That which can vary, right? Which means that which can change. What do we mean by that? Okay. Consider a variable to be a box, an empty box for now. And this box can hold different values at different times. correct? Your laptop bag itself will hold different values at different points in time, correct? They will not always be the same thing. Similarly, imagine a box, an empty box, and that to be a variable. That because that can hold different values at different in different points in time. Okay. Now, how do we refer to this box in a programming language broadly, but in Python for now is you give a name to this box. Okay. My name to this box will be integer number. Okay. It could be anything. It could be A also. It could be Python also. Okay. Now, how am I telling to Python or how will I tell to Python that I want to create a box with so and so as a name? Okay. We do that by writing the name of the box first. And using something called as equal to, which is assignment operator. And then you give your value here. Okay. This, okay. This is the syntax or syntax means nothing but the way to create variables in Python. Any questions there? Hello? Name of the box is equal to
No,
value.
wait.
That is the syntax. Thank you. Now let us create an example of using the syntax. Say A is equal to 5 or integer number is equal to 10. Now, one important thing to remember here is always create your variables with meaningful names. Okay? And hence, I chose this as my variable name. Never use such words as your variable names. Why is that so? When you read a variable name to be integer number, even without looking at the value 10, you can say that, okay, the developer of the code has created this variable to store integer values in it. What are integer values? We will get there. Any questions? Hello?
Yeah, so if I want to use a variable to store decimal values, I'll just name it
Mhm.
as decimal number is equal to 2.5.
You can name it anything. Have a
Hmm.
meaningful name. Integer number is also not a good choice of variable. We will get
Okay.
to better choices of variables when we write programs. Okay. Now, why am I saying so? Because programming is for the real world, is for achieving or performing real world tasks. Correct? So, depending on the problem you are addressing, you should name your variables. For example, okay, Let us say you are creating a web application. Okay, let us say you are creating a web application, and in that web application, you want to take user's password in a variable, correct? You don't want to name that variable as some text, correct? You want to have a variable that user's password to be stored in a variable called as password is equal to whatever the user is entering. Am I correct? So, which means to address your question, if you want to create a decimal variable, let us say you want to create a variable to store pi value in it, which is 3.414, correct? Or 141. You say pi is equal to this is how your variable names should be. They should be meaningful. They should be having a meaning, carrying a meaning to the developer to understand. This could very well be named as A is equal to 3.141 or B is equal to 3.141. You could name it so. Python will not throw an error. But do you think the user or the developer will understand that you are trying to create a variable called as pi or variable for the pi value?
కాస్కోకి వెళ్తావా
సాయంకాలం
Okay.
ఇంట్లో మాట్లాడు.
సాయంత్రం వర్షం
Venkat, can you mute your...
వర్షం 4:00
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you. No problem. Right. Any questions with variables and naming your variables? Hello? All right. Now, since we have come to this place, I will tell you a small quote. This quote is quite popular in the programmer or programming humor subreddit in Reddit. Okay. Always write code in such a way that whoever is going to maintain it is a psychopathic killer who knows where you live. Okay. Which means always ensure that your code is readable easily and understandable easily to the person who is going to maintain it. If that is you yourself, then nothing like it. It's going to only ease your job. Any questions? With understanding the basics of a variable. We will get to variables again.
So I just gave the pi value. Pi is equal to 3.1. So where do I use it? So
I will tell you. We'll get there.
Okay.
We will get there. We have just talked about creating variables for now. Any questions? All right. So if no questions, give me just a moment. Let me see if I can increase the size of this thing. Zoom is not letting me increase the size of my eraser. Okay. Now, since we have created variables, I mean, we have understood the basics of a variable, let us get back to our operators. Okay. And the next operators, set of operators that we are going to discuss are called as assignment operators. Okay. What these operators do is assign a value to a variable. And hence we took a little detour into that thing and got back. Okay. Let us say you say A is equal to 5. How Python interprets this statement is it understands that, okay, there is a symbol to the right side of this symbol and another symbol to the left side of this symbol. Okay. With single equal to, Python understands, okay, the user wants to store this value in the box that has the name A. Imagine as if there is a box in the computer, in the RAM, which has name A, and this value is taken and put inside it. Okay. How to make sure that this value is stored in this variable? To check that, we have a built-in function. So what is built-in, what is function and all, we will get there. But for current this thing, let us understand there is a built-in function in Python called as print. Okay. Now to this print function, you will pass in the variable name. What this function does is, all that this function does is prints the value to the console or to the user screen, also called as standard output. All that this function does is print a value to user screen. Any questions there? Which means when you do print of A, it will return or it will print the value that is stored in this variable. Now, when you say A is equal to 10, what will happen? The value inside this box will be replaced with this new value. Any questions? All right, looks like there is a question here. All right. Sorry. All right. With that in mind, let us look at, check if this is true or false. We'll say A is equal to 5, and then we'll do print of A. A is equal to 10, print of A. Is the font visible, everyone?
Yes.
Great, thanks. All right. So this is how a single equal to symbol works. A single equal to symbol is called as an assignment operator. There are different assignment operators in Python. Types of assignment operators. Okay. Assuming there is already a value in a variable, you already used your assignment operator and stored the value in it. You can say A plus is equal to 5. When you say A plus is equal to 5, this is called increment operator. Okay. This gets translated to A is equal to A plus 5. What is the value that is already existing in A? Hello?
5.
Yes. Which means when you do A is equal to A plus 5, what is the new value that is stored in A?
10.
Right. Now, A star equal to 5. What does this mean? Which means correct?
It will be 10 into 5.
Sorry?
It will be 10 into 5.
A slash equal to 5. A is equal to A slash 5, right? It returns a 1.0. Isn't it so? Or 5 slash 5, that is equal to. Any questions so far? Anyone? Now, all of these calculations that we are doing here are assuming that the initial value of A is 5. Any questions, anyone? All right. A star star equal to 5. What is the result? 5 to the power of 5. Some big number, it's like 625 into 5, if I'm not wrong. Correct? Hello, are you guys following? Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question, Gautam.
Mhm.
So it's not making sense mathematically. For example, let's start with A. If it is equal to 5, when you say A
Mhm.
plus is equal to 5, and you're saying that
Mhm.
A, so A is A plus 5 now,
Right?
right? So when you're saying A plus equal to 5, A plus something
Mhm.
equal to 5, we have not mentioned what that something is. So it's not 5 plus 5 logically. It is just A plus nothing is equal to 5. So A should remain 5. How did A
Okay.
become 10?
Okay. So we are not writing A plus and leaving a space and then equal to 5. We are not doing that. When you leave a space here, it means there should be an operand here. Plus equal to is one symbol. Okay? You can imagine as
Okay.
if this
Mm-hmm.
symbol is programmed in Python in such a way, which means when we say the Python box, the black box, whenever it sees this symbol plus equal to, it will convert that statement A plus equal to X. Python black box is coded in such a way to convert this statement to A is equal to A plus X. This is okay. This is what the end user is intended to do or trying to do. This is just a short form for this operation. We did not get from this operation to this operation. Instead, the Python developers, whoever have developed the Python programming language itself, they have created a short form to this operation. And that short form is plus equal to. Any questions there?
Can you show it in the console, please? That plus equal to operator, how does it shows up?
In the console?
Yes.
Sure. Let me just this thing. Okay. We have made some space. All right. Let us say the value in A is 10 now. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you say A plus equal to 5, what should be the value in A?
5.
Sorry?
15, 1, 5.
Oh, the one. Oh, okay.
Now, how does this get translated in Python that we discussed? A plus equal to 5 is translated to A is equal to A plus 5. Correct?
Okay. Okay. Got it.
What is the value already existing in A?
10. 10. 10 plus 5, 15. Got it.
Any questions, anyone?
So it's changing the value of A, right?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah,
This
it makes
new
sense.
value is assigned to A back again.
Yeah, I got it. So I tried printing A plus equal to 5. It's not printing nothing. It's printing nothing. So yeah, I got
Right.
it now.
Okay. Now, let us say there is no value in A. Okay. So how can we say there is no value in A? For now, before we learn any other function, let us exit out of the program, get into Python now. Now, let us try to print A. What do you think is the value in A now? We have exited the program and came back, right? So to understand this, what we will understand is when we exit. Mhm.
Gautam, just to follow you, can you help me exit? What's the thing that you wrote to exit? You wrote it fast, I
Yes, I
couldn't
will
get
get there.
it.
Yes. I'll tell. Okay. So what do we mean by exiting a program? Okay. Before starting or getting into this state, what we did, we wrote Python and hit return, correct? And that brought us to this prompt. So what do we mean by typing Python and hitting enter and coming to this prompt? We understood as if we got into the box called as Python, correct? Which means anything you are going to write in this stage, in this prompt, is going to be converted into zeros and ones as per the Python's rules. Am I correct? That is what that we mean. Hello, are you guys following?
Yes.
Now, exiting from this program means coming out of this box back again. Which means after coming out of this box again, whenever you write any code in Python, it will throw an error. And why is that so? Because after exiting the box, whatever you are writing is not being sent to this box, correct? Are you guys following? I'll give a second.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, to exit out of this box, we write something called as exit, another built-in function again in Python with these brackets, also called as parentheses. This function will tell to the Python that, okay, I want to leave this box, and it will throw us out. Okay. Now, what is the other effect of this action, of the action of exit program is whatever variables you have created while you are in the box, okay, as soon as you come out of the box, all those variables are deleted from the memory. Excuse me. Exiting the box deletes its memory. We will understand this a little better when we go a little further. But any questions with what we are trying to understand so far? No? You need some kind of feedback, and I would appreciate a a vocal feedback than a textual or a
Yeah,
written.
sorry, I spoke on a mute. Sorry.
No questions, Gagan.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
no questions.
Thank you very much. In that case, now with that being established, we just exited our Python program and came back, got inside our Python box again. Correct? We just got inside the box. Now, what do you think will this statement or this function return when I say print of A? I just freshly
Error.
entered into the box.
Should give error because we haven't assigned any value.
Beautiful. The name A is not defined, which means the variable is not created. Okay? Fine. Now we'll try doing A plus equal to 5. What will this statement return?
Error.
Error, yeah.
Beautiful. Why
Error
is that
again.
so? Why is that so?
Because A is not
We
defined.
still
Right?
we still haven't defined it.
Exactly. Which means for these operators, for any assignment operator other than the simple equal to symbol, okay? For any assignment operator other than this operator to work, we need the variables defined. For all of these operators, need defined variables. Any questions?
No, it's clear.
All right. Yes. So if this is clear, we can now happily get into the next kind of operators called as comparison operators. One second, bear with me. Okay. Now, comparison operators are the set of operators that are used to compare two values. Okay. Which means, let us say we have 5 and 10. We can compare saying whether 5 is greater than 10, right? This is a greater than symbol. What this operation does is it will check. It will go and tell to Python and say, boss, I have this number 5 to the left of me and this number 10 to the right of me. So the user is trying to check if this value is greater than this value. Okay. And now Python will understand it. Okay. So the user wants to check if this value is greater than this value, which is not. Correct? And then it will return something called as false. And if the result of this operation or if the result of the comparison is true, then it will return true. In this case, when you check if 10 is greater than 5, then this operation is going to return true. Correct? Which means the comparison operator does one, compare values around it, and always returns either a true or a false. But that is not true. It could return something else also. What is that? And since error can be written by anything, we don't mention it separately. Any questions about comparison operators? What do they do?
Just a Boolean result, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. They return a Boolean value. Okay. Now, what are the different set of comparison operators we have in Python? Greater than, less than, greater than, equal to, less than or equal to, double equal to, and exclamatory equal to. I don't think I have to discuss about these 4 symbols. Okay, but still, nevertheless, let's try doing that. 10 greater than 5. What is the result?
True.
True.
10 less than 5. What is the result? What will be the result?
False.
False.
10 greater than or equal to 5. What is the result?
True.
People clear with this?
Yeah.
10 less than or equal to 5.
False.
Before getting into these two, 10 greater than 10. What is the result?
False.
10 greater than equal to 10.
True.
10 less than or equal to 10.
True.
Is everyone following? Do
Yes.
everyone agree with these values, with these results?
Yes.
Beautiful. All right. Now, 10, when you put a single equal to symbol, it is considered, Python interprets this as an assignment operator. When you put double equal to symbol, then Python interprets this as a comparison operator. Any questions here?
No
Hello?
questions.
Okay. So 10 double equal to 5. What is the result?
False.
False. Because a equal to 10, I guess. No, we haven't given a value.
There is no A here. There is 10 and 5.
So it should be an error, right?
Why error?
You're asking equal or not, right? It's a Boolean result.
Okay,
Yeah.
false. Then it's okay.
False.
What is the meaning of Boolean here? Boolean result. You're using this
Okay,
word.
we
So
get
True
that.
or
So,
false values.
okay, true or
Boolean is a
false.
scientist who has given two values. True or false. So Boolean result means either of those values will be the result. Okay. Now, the exclamation symbol represents not. In many programming languages, if not all programming languages. Okay. Which means the exclamation equal to symbol can be interpreted or read as not equal to. Now 10 exclamation equal to 5. What is the result? You are comparing if 10 is not equal to 5. Is it true or false?
True.
True, right? 10 is not equal to false.
Yes, 10 is not it.
So these are the comparison operators in Python. Any questions with respect to comparison operators?
No questions from my side.
Thank you. And right. All is just right. Okay. Any questions so far in any of the concepts discussed so far?
No.
All right. Oh, I forgot my coffee. All right. Now let's get into the next kind of operators called as logic operators. Okay. What do these operators do? They logically define or tell us how to interpret when two conditions are combined. Two conditions or two comparisons. When two comparisons are combined, how to interpret them? Okay. All right. Let us take these two conditions. One is raining. Two is nice movie. Okay. These are my two variables, let us say. When raining is true and nice movie is false, Okay, which means there is no nice movie in theaters and it is raining outside. Okay, the resultant is in real life, I will not go out. Correct? How are we combining these conditions here? Rain, when rain is true and nice movie is false. Okay, let us write. Print not going out. Okay, which means this is the operator, the and text here or and symbol here is the operator that is operating on two operands. Operand 1 and operand 2. Okay, when you combine two conditions or two comparisons with an AND operator, remember that both these conditions must be true. Only then the resultant of this operation will be true. Which means when rain is true and nice movie is true, what will be the resultant of this operation? Hello?
Not going out.
No. When rain is true and a nice movie is also true, that is when I'm asking.
True.
When true, the resultant is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is, however we interpret it to be.
Yes.
But when rain is true and not movie is false, when one of the operands is true and the other operand is false, then what will be the result?
False.
False.
Simple as that. When rain is false and a nice movie is true.
False.
Also, forget about this thing, but the result of this operation is again false, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means simply when condition 1 is true and condition 2 is also true, then the resultant of this operation is true. Okay? When condition 1 is true and condition 2 is false, then what is the result of this operation?
False.
When condition 1 is false and condition 2 is also false.
It's true, right?
What, sorry?
True, right?
No, it is still false.
Still false?
Both are false means it is false, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
When condition 1 is false and condition 2 is true,
It's false.
what will be the result?
False.
Again false. Which means with an AND operator, if you want true as a result, then both conditions that you are passing to it must be true. Only then the resultant will be true. Any questions there?
How do we put this into a comment?
Right. That is where we are going next. Theoretically, if that is understood, then we can get to the application part of it. Okay? Okay. Let us say I have A is equal to 5, the most abstract of variables and values. Okay? And B is equal to 10. Now I want to write a condition. If A is less than or equal to 5 and B greater than or equal to 10. Okay? Then I want to print so what is the result of this comparison?
True.
True. Both conditions are currently true, so a print will come as true.
This will be printed. Whatever the print statement has, it will be printed. Now, I will change the value for B to 8.
Nice.
Okay. Now, when I change the value to 8, what is the result of this operation, this comparison?
False, right?
A less than, I'm asking about A less than or equal to 5. What is the result of this comparison?
True.
True.
True. What is the result of this comparison? B greater than or equal to 10?
That's false.
False.
Now, do you
Yes.
think this line will be executed or not?
It will not be executed. Whatever that ABC is, it will not print ABC.
Yes. Understanding. Any questions here?
C is not defined here, right? ABC.
Sorry?
What is that ABC? Just a string you passed? What is it?
Yes. Yes. Some random value. That's it. The idea is that some random value
Okay.
or some random
So
statement to be.
I can, if with your permission, I would like to give an example. If rain is not there and movie is there, then print ticket,
Mhm.
movie ticket. So you take
Yes.
the ticket and go to that movie.
Right. Absolutely. That is how you combine conditions or comparisons. Any questions? Right. In that case, let us look at the other logic operators also. Let us finish off the operators and then we break for lunch. Is that fine for everyone?
Okay.
Yes, yes, of
Yes.
course.
Yeah. So taking a quick recap of the conditions, the AND operator, logic operator, let us have a tabular representation of whatever we have learned regarding joining conditions using AND operator. Okay. My bad. I should have learned drawing in schooling itself. No use though. Okay. Now this is condition 1, condition 2, the operator is AND. This is the result. Okay. When the condition 1 is true and condition 2 is also true, what will be the result? Hello? The faster you speak
True.
up, the sooner we can leave.
True.
Yeah,
I
true,
spoken it.
true as true,
Yeah.
Yes.
False.
Now
false,
true and
false.
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 Looks like people are hungry. All of a sudden. False and false
No,
is also
actually you
false.
wrote it in a textual form.
Yes.
So now
Yeah.
you're putting in a table. So
Table, right.
okay.
So this is
Okay.
what something called as a truth table. Okay. Now the second operator, logic operator, is AND or NOT. Let us take the second operator, OR. OR operator works in an opposite way to the AND operator. Okay. For AND operator, both the conditions must be true. Correct?
Mhm.
For an OR operator, if either of the conditions are true, then the result is true. Because it is OR, right? If the first condition is true or if the second condition is true. Okay. True. 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 False. False. True. False. False. So true and true. Okay. When you pass, when the OR operator is provided with comparisons that result in true on both sides, what will be the result of this operation? The whole thing?
So it's true
Hello.
if either of it is true. Yeah.
Yes.
So the first one is true, second one is true, third one
Uh-huh.
is true, last one is true.
Exactly. Okay. Any questions with respect to OR operator?
No, good.
The NOT operator, unlike OR and operators, the NOT operator takes only single operand or single operand. Okay. Which means it always negates the input. It has only one condition, right? And result. And the conditions are either true or false. So what if the condition is true? What will be the result of the NOT operation?
Will be true.
False.
No,
Okay. Not equal to, right? Okay.
not true.
Not true.
NOT operator takes a single operand and it always negates the input. That is our understanding.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So when the condition is true, what will be the result of NOT operation?
False.
What is not true? False.
False.
Yeah.
What is not false?
True.
How do we use this in our program? Is like as we have seen earlier, if A, let us say A is equal to 5. If A not equal to 5, do this. So in this line, with A equal to 5, will this be done? Will the computer do this operation? Hello? We are comparing if A is
Yes,
not equal to 5. What is the result of this
so it
operation?
will give false,
Right.
false, right?
Which means this will not be happening, correct?
Yeah,
Let us say A not equal to 6. What is the result of this operation?
true.
True. So if the statement is true, whatever we write here, Python operations, that will be executed. Correct? Any
Yes.
questions, anyone? With respect to logic operators. Membership and identity operators, we will learn when the time is correct. Okay? Any questions so far, anyone? Now these
So,
three, yes.
Gautam, just a simple question. So, in comparison, we have learnt only one operation, that is equal to, uh, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. In comparison, we have learnt
So,
only is equal
no,
to.
greater than, less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to,
Oh, sorry,
not
sorry.
equal to, and
Assignment.
double equal to.
Assignment. I got the word wrong. In assignment, we have learnt only equal to.
No, we have also learned plus equal to, minus equal to, star equal to.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you for refreshing.
no problem. So these three are called as, this is called as the truth table for AND operator, truth table for OR operator, and truth table for NOT operator. These are the fundamental blocks of coding or logic defining. So when we go further in the course, you'll understand how these are leveraged upon in implementing the logic, the code logic. Any questions, anyone with this?
No.
All right. Okay. Then we can officially say, Scout disperse for lunch and we'll get back in exactly 1 hour, which is 2:15, 1 hour and 2 minutes. I hope that should be enough. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me pause. We'll be going beyond that. We will look into membership and identity operators when the time is right, when we get there. Then we have to look about them. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So without any further ado, we have talked about something called as operators. Okay. And operators operate upon something called as operands. Right? Operand, operand 2, and operator. In most scenarios, this is how they work. Correct? We have looked into operators. So now it's time to look into what called as operands. Okay, any questions there? So when we talk about operands, what are operands? Can someone define an operand?
Something being operated upon.
The values on which operator is operating upon. Correct? Right? Let's talk about these values now. So what are these values? How can we define these values? The other word for these values, or the real-time word for these values, is data. Okay? At the end of the day, any program we write, okay, we are writing it because we want to work on data. Isn't it so? You are building a banking application, you want to work on customer data, like customer's account number, account details, account balance, and if he's eligible for a loan or not, if he's eligible for a credit card or not, all this. These are nothing but customer data, isn't it? So any program that we write is to work on data. Okay? So what is data? Any raw info of real world. For example, when we say 5, when we said A is equal to 5, 5 is data there. That is the number or the symbol that we understand in real life. Correct? So we have a meaning associated in our minds for this value 5. Data is anything, any info from the real world. Okay? Right. When we talk about data, it is obvious to learn about the different types of data existing. Okay, in real world, what kinds of data do we see? We see numerical data predominantly and textual data. Am I correct? For example, the textual data, examples for textual data are your name, the graduation that you have done, and the first name, last name, graduation that you have done, the area where you live, your address, all these are textual data. Now, what are the numerical data? Right? Numerical data are your grad scores or GRE scores if you have given one, or any test scores for that matter are numerical data. Okay, which means any data on which you want to make a calculation or a numerical calculation is a numerical data. Okay, anything else for now can be considered as textual data. Okay, now let us say this is my phone number. Now this should be considered as a numerical data or a textual data. Hello?
Numerical, right?
Sorry?
Numerical data.
Why? Do you think
It's
I
all
will add
numbers.
some number to this number?
This is a number, right?
I agree. But how are we defining numerical data? Numerical data is a data on which you want to make numerical calculations. Do you think you will make a numerical calculation on your phone number or on your
No.
house number?
No.
No.
Absolutely. So such numbers should also be considered or written as textual data in programming. So whenever you talk about a numerical or a data, you are talking about data on which you would want to make some calculation. Okay. Right. So now, broadly speaking, these are the two types of data available in the world. As of now that I could think of, there are other kind of data also. We'll get there. Now, the numerical data can further be classified into three types. One, integers or integer data, decimal, or in programming called as float. And Python offers the third numerical data type called as complex. Complex is nothing but the complex numbers concept that we have encountered with or learned in mathematics. Okay. Right. So now coming to integer data. Any number without a decimal point is an integer or the list of natural numbers. Not just natural numbers, actually. The list of numbers from minus infinity to infinity. This is called as integers. Okay. Now, what are floating values? List of values from minus infinity dot infinity to infinity dot infinity. When you have a decimal value, then those numbers are called as floating numbers or floating values. And the range of floating values in Python is minus infinity dot infinity to infinity dot infinity, the whole spectrum. Understanding the difference between integers and floats? Now coming to complex numbers, briefly, I would like to address these type of this thing. Okay, because we will not be using them on day-to-day basis. By far in my 12 years, I have never used them in the industry. You will generally use them when you are getting into what do you call practicing research in basic sciences, that too mathematics. That too, I hope so. If your research area requires dealing with complex numbers. If not, I don't think we'll be using that even there. However, There is nothing wrong in understanding the idea, right? Are you clear about the integers and floats? Right. So do you guys understand the idea of a complex number? Okay, to understand the idea of complex number, I want you guys to give me an answer for this. What is the value of a square root of 4? Before answering that,
It's 2. It's 2. Sorry, I
what is
answered.
the value of 2 square?
4.
Minus 2 square?
4.
Now, what is the square root of 4?
2.
Sorry,
2. 2.
2.
plus or minus
Mm.
2, correct? It could be anything.
Yes.
It could be plus 2 or it could be minus 2.
Mm.
When squared always gives 4, correct?
Yes.
Now, what is the square root of minus 4? Hello?
2i.
Yeah.
Yes. Square root of minus 4 can be written as square root of 4 into square root of minus 1. We know the square root of 4 is plus or minus 2, right? Now,
Mm.
can there be a square root for a negative number? Hello?
No. No.
Exactly. And therefore, this is considered as I in mathematics. Correct? Now, the same I is represented with J in Python. In mathematics, you denote this using I. In Python, you denote this using J. Okay, which means what will be the result when we say square root of minus 4 in Python?
2j.
Hello?
2j.
Beautiful. So what will be the result of 2j whole square?
Uh, minus 12.
Beautiful. These are the 3 different types of numerical data available in Python. Okay. Any questions here?
No questions.
Thanks. No questions. Let us look at the other kind of data. Right. Now, textual data. Textual data in Python is called as strings. Okay. And how can we define strings? Strings can be defined in 3 ways. Okay. What are those 3 ways? Anything written within single quotes is a string. Anything written within double quotes is also a string. and anything written within triple quotes. Okay, there are three kinds of triple quotes. I mean, sorry, two kinds of triple quotes rather. Triple quotes using single quotes. And triple quotes using double quotes. All these are examples of strings in Python. You can use any of those types and define a string. So what do we mean by a string? Let's define again. Anything written within single quotes or double quotes or triple quotes is considered to be a string. And strings mean nothing but collection of characters. Any questions so far? All right. Another assignment for tomorrow. Do your research and come back tomorrow. If you know the answer today, do not answer.
Gautam, sorry,
Okay?
this is Rajesh Gautam. Sorry, I just had to attend one more call. I did not follow this. So I just wanted to understand what's the difference between the double quotes, three quotes, and the three double quotes. Is there any difference in that for
Okay.
this?
Predominantly, there is no major difference.
Okay.
There is no major difference between these two at all,
Okay.
apart from the symbols.
Okay.
Okay? Between the triple quoted strings and the double quoted strings, there are few differences.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. What
Where
would
in which, yes, one difference we will talk about now. The other difference I want you guys to research.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes. The one difference is the single quoted strings or double quoted strings cannot be used to create multi-line strings.
Mhm. Okay. What's
Whereas the triple,
maximum size, Gautam? So in SQL, it's like Oracle can take like 4,000 characters for a string, right? It doesn't take more than that. It needs to go to blob or else. So is there any limitation here in Python?
no, whatever your computer is capable of, that is a
Oh,
limitation.
so we don't need to go for blob or any other data type then, right? For the strings.
Nope, nope, not here.
Okay. Thanks.
So using single quotes and double quoted strings, you cannot create multi-line strings. Or to create a multi-line string, you must use triple quoted strings.
Okay. Do we need to define whether it needs to go to the second line? Say, for example, in JavaScript, you do like n, right?
So
%n or
yes,
something.
\n.
Yeah. So
So here you don't have to write \n. You can open triple quotes, I,
okay,
and
enter
hit
and
enter.
okay, got it.
Yes, hello, and then so on.
Okay,
Close your quotes.
got
Right.
it, got it.
No problem. Thank you. Any questions, anyone? Now, the triple quoted strings have another important use case, another usage. Okay. Now do that. Take that as a part of your research or assignment and come back tomorrow. Any questions? If no questions,
what is the research has to be done?
what is the other use case for triple quoted strings?
Okay.
All right. All right. If
Yeah, the
that
first
is
usage itself is not clear. You just said you can only make multi-line strings. So in my mind, it is like line 1, line 2, line 3. You just have to press enter, it'll come down. Then you can write another string. So you maybe it's very, very clear for you because you know programming, because I don't know programming. What is this multi-line strings?
okay. Let us say you want to draft an email. Okay. How do you write? You write hi name,
Yes.
comma, hit enter. How are you? And you write your thanks and regards. I mean your email body, and then sign off, right?
Yes.
Where your text that you are writing is extended to multiple lines, correct? With
Okay.
single quoted strings, you cannot create such a string in Python. With triple
Mhm.
quoted strings, you can create such a text, such a value, such a data in Python. That is what we mean by multi-line strings.
So the enter button will not work here. I name enter. It will not work like that. Just if you press enter, the cursor will not come down.
It will come down, right?
It will come. So why should we use triple quoted
There
strings? We
is
can just
there
write.
is an sorry to interrupt. There is an example in the chat. If you can see that, I think it will be a little clear.
Yeah,
just
I am trying to
We are
see.
going to examples now, but that is where we are going actually as of now.
Okay. Mhm. Okay.
All right. All right.
Oh
So,
yeah. Thank you.
right. So let us confirm. We have learned about strings and numbers, right? Now let us confirm whatever we have done, we have learned so far. So let us say I create my variable a is equal to 5. So we said that this value, when we enter like this, we say it doesn't have a decimal, which means it is an integer, correct? Now, how to confirm if it is an integer? Sorry. Yeah. How to confirm if it is an integer? There is a function called as type, another built-in function in Python. There is a function called as type to which I will pass this variable. Okay. This type of this variable will return or will print the data type of the variable of the value that this variable is storing. Int is a short form for integer. Okay. Any questions here? Now, when you say is equal to 5.5, and when you print type of A again, what do you think will be the output? What is the type of value 5.5?
Float.
All right. Now A is equal to 2J. Okay. Now, what is the type of value A?
Complex.
Complex. Now, what will be the output when I say A star star 2 or A square?
4. Minus
Integer
4.
again.
Minus
Integer.
4. Minus 4. it is minus 4 plus 0j. It still returns a complex number. In the format of a complex number, rather. Clear? Hello?
Yeah, clear.
Hello? All right. All right. Now, coming to our strings, we are done with numbers, understanding how to create a number and how to store a numerical value into a variable. Done with that. Okay. Now, what are we talking about when we are talking about strings? Let us say first name is equal to Guido. That is a string. Now we'll do type of first name. Okay. What do you think this will return?
Text. String.
String. Right. str is a short form for string. Okay. Now we'll do double quotes. What do you think this will return?
String.
How about now?
Still a string.
Yes.
How about now? Still
Still
a
a
string.
string. Yeah.
Correct. Now, where is the difference coming? Okay. Now, I'll say some text is equal to, let us say I am trying to create a string with say hi, and now I will hit enter. Since Python does not support multi-line strings with single or double quotes, as soon as I hit enter, what should happen?
Error.
Hello?
Error.
My bad. Now, unterminated string literal. If there is everything in the same line, only then it will accept. Single or double character strings will not accept multi-line string, right? Now the same some text hi, what we will do is we will try creating with the triple quoted string. And now if I hit enter, should it go to the next line or should it error?
It should go to next line.
It'll go to the next line.
When you try to print some text, here it doesn't even give us the chance to do so.
Yeah.
Yes. Any questions, anyone?
Yeah, I have one question. So, any reason why
Mhm.
it doesn't support multiple lines for using single quotes?
You can interpret. Okay. So in other programming, primitive programming that I know, C, yeah. In C, you have something called as char and strings, right? Where the char variable can handle only one string in it, where the other data type string can handle multiple characters referred to it. Correct? Similarly, the people who developed the language Python have decided for single quote and double quote strings, let us not allow multi-line capability. If user wants to create a multi-line string, then let us make him create a triple quoted string. That is how they defined their rules.
I see. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So with these strings and this thing understood, now let us get to the next topic about string, next interesting aspects about string. When we define the string, we have defined that they are a collection of data. Is it? Isn't it? Or collection of characters. Which means one variable referring to more than one values. Correct? When we said Guido, each character is a value, isn't it so? Which means when you say name is equal to Guido, we would like to be able to, okay, this is a capability. We would like, or the developers would like to be able to access each part of this character individually. Don't you think so? Now, how they can do that, or how they have made us be able to do that is by giving something called as indexes to the characters in a string. Now, what do we mean by index? Okay, index means nothing but relative addressing. Okay. Now, with respect to, which means with respect to the variable name, where is the character G? With respect to the variable name, where is the character O? Okay. That is the meaning of index. Is the idea understood? Indexing is nothing but relative addressing. Okay. Now, imagine when you said name is equal to Guido in Python, how it is remembering this is it took a name, variable name, and made it point to, and G points to, U points to, I points to. So is this happening? We will look into that in a bit, but this is how it is happening. Okay, which means with respect to name, G is at the 0th position because name is directly referring to G. From G, you take one step, you get to U. From U, you take one more step, you get to I. One more step, you get to D. One more step, you get to O. And how do you know that this is the last character? Because this is not pointing to anything. Okay. If you understand this relative addressing part, how is this actually being implemented in the computer? We will discuss in a bit. Any questions, anyone on this? And that is how the variable name is pointing to the different characters in a string. Any questions, anyone?
No.
All right. So when we said, or when we say relative addressing or indexes, it means that we should have some means to be able to access these characters individually. Correct? Now, when we use the same variable name, the string variable name, and put square brackets next to it, and when we pass this value called as index, okay, this will return or give us the value that is what do you call pointed by this index in this variable. So what is the character that this variable at this index is pointing to? Index here is 0. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Gautam, I'm able to hear you.
Okay. So what is the character that the variable name is pointing to at index 0?
Is it
Guys,
G?
any questions in understanding relative addressing? You want me to repeat again?
G, right?
Doing so.
Sorry?
I'm still performing it.
I mean, he's trying
You
to
are
write
performed.
in.
Oh, okay. See, don't write code already. We will get there. We will do that. So from this example, what we are talking, whatever we are
I'm
talking.
just trying to replicate what you have written. I just wrote name and brackets 0. I'm trying to get the letter G.
Okay.
Just
Well, like
trying to
from
get
this,
the
you did not
letter.
understand?
Yeah, I understood. I'm just trying to replicate it
Okay.
on my
Okay. We'll get there.
screen.
We will do that.
That's
We
it.
will do, yeah, we will write the code also. We will check that way also. My idea here is to,
Okay.
with this explanation, is to impart that idea of relative addressing. So what do you think will be the output when you say name of 4?
The letter O.
Yes.
D.
Which means,
Oh, okay.
okay. Sorry, someone trying to say something.
No, I think
Okay.
I said D, but I just corrected it back to O again.
Okay. Okay. No problem. Which means if you understand, name is a variable that is pointing to the string Guido. Okay. And Guido has 5 characters in it. Correct? It has 5 characters in it where the indexes are varying from 0 through 4. The 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the indexes, and they are in total 5 indexes, right? Which means the number of characters. Which means if a variable is pointing to n number of characters, okay, then the indexes vary from 0 through n minus 1. Understood? Is this clear? Hello.
Yes, Gautam, you're clear.
All right. So in that case, if you understood the idea of pointing to values, let us now learn how variables or memory is managed in Python. Earlier in the first half of the session, when we said, when we write Python in the terminal and hit return, we are entering a box, we told, right? Okay, so what is happening when we mean by entering the box? Okay, what is happening is your Python dot exe or dmg or pkg file, whatever file that you have got it installed through, when you said Python and hit enter, this program is going to the OS, underlying operating system, okay, and asking for some RAM space. Okay. Now, as soon as the operating system gives some RAM space to the Python program, okay, assume this is the RAM space that was given to the Python program. Now, Python program, what it does is it divides the RAM space into 2 parts. Okay. This is all the story that is happening behind the scenes when you said Python and hit enter. Okay. It divides this RAM space into 2 parts and calls one of the parts as variable heap and the other part as value heap. Okay. And then waits for our action by creating what? By creating the prompt. Okay, it takes memory space and empty memory space, divides it into 2 parts, and then waits for the user's input. Okay, here with this prompt. Right. Now, when we said A is equal to 5, we said this line is going to go to the black box. Correct? Now, this black box is going to interpret this line in this fashion called as right to left fashion. Okay. This black box is going to interpret this line from right to left fashion, which means it processes in this direction, which means, okay, the box will collect this value first. All right. It takes this value and goes to the value heap in the RAM. All right. It goes to the value heap in the RAM and checks and looks for the existence of this value in the memory. Is the value 5 existing in the memory at this stage? Yeah. It is not existing, right? Both the variable heap and value heap are empty for now. This line has been completely processed yet. We just started processing this line. And we took this value 5 and went back to our value heap to check if this value is existing in the value heap. It is not existing, correct? So what Python does is it takes a space and puts the value 5 in it. Okay. And now it comes to the left side of the equal to symbol, which is the variable name. Okay. Now it takes this variable name and looks for its existence in the variable heap. Now, is it existing? Is the variable A
No, it's
visible
not
in
existing.
the variable heap? Right. So it will create a space. It will take a space and put your variable A there. And then what it does is the equal to here is made to work as, okay, he said A is equal to 5, which means take 5, put in value heap, take A, put in variable heap, and make this A point to 5. Okay, is that understood?
Yes.
If understood, can someone explain what is going to happen when we say B is equal to 10 and hit enter? When we say, how does Python process this line? What happens?
Before that, I
First,
have a question.
Sorry,
I have a question.
I didn't get that.
So you said that it reads from right to left, right? So
Right.
like first it reads 5 and then
Mhm.
it directly goes to A, not the equal to sign, not the operator.
No, it takes the equal to sign. It understands it
Okay.
that, okay, whatever value I am taking, so this should be pointing to this thing. Whatever is
Okay.
there on the left side of the symbol.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Yes.
so to answer your question,
Okay.
first it's gonna take the value 10. It's gonna search in the
Mhm.
value heap and see if 10
Mhm.
is existing. Because 10 is not existing, it's gonna put 10 there. Then it'll
Mhm.
take the B and it's gonna search in the variable heap to see if
Mhm.
B exists. It's not existing, so it'll put B and it'll draw an arrow mark from B to 10.
Yeah,
Because
it will be pointing internally.
yeah, because the operator here is equal to.
Right. Right. Now, this pointing, this arrow marks, we are drawing for our visibility, visual understanding. Okay. But what is actually happening is this value is stored in memory. And this memory, this particular memory byte has an address. Correct? That address value, let us say the address of this is 1001 ABC. This is the address of the value 10. This address is stored alongside B in this variable. That is how B knows it should go to this address when someone is talking about B. Understood? Hello? Any questions there?
No.
All right. Now comes the interesting part. Okay, we have executed this line. We have executed this line. Now I will say A is equal to 15. Now can someone explain what is going to happen?
First, it's going to take 15 and it's going to put 15 separately in the value heap because the 15 does not exist. Then it's going to
Mhm,
take the A and it's going to search in the variable group. A
mhm,
does exist. So now
mhm.
it changes the arrow mark that is going from A to 5 and it moves it to 15 because now it has to reassign the value of A to 15.
Perfecto.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Right? Now let us say A is equal to 10. What happens? Might sound like repetition, but we are getting to somewhere with this.
I think in simple now, the arrow mark will be coming from A to 10 and as well as B to 10. So in simple, 10 already exists, so it will not write 10 again. But it will change the arrow mark from A to 10. But the arrow mark that is going from B to 10 will also be continuing.
Beautiful. Correct? Let us confirm. Don't take my word for it. For that matter, don't take anyone's word whenever they say anything. Let us confirm the same thing. Okay? So A is equal to 5. We are putting 5 in A. You guys are able to see my screen, right? Is there a way that I can push this back? Okay. Right. So A is equal to 5. Now we say B is equal to 10. Right? Now there is a function in Python called as id. Okay. Now what this function returns is when you say id of A, it goes to the memory, looks for A, okay, and then looks for the value that A is referring to, in this case, this thing, and returns or prints the address of the value. Okay. That is what the id function does. Okay. Let us confirm that also. Now let us do id of A. This should return some random value for us because it is the memory address. Okay. We will do id of B. This should be different from this number. Right? Because we don't know the address of the memory location in our computer. They are different. Okay. Happy until there. Now, when we say A is equal to 10, what should happen? Both A and B must be referring to the same address location. Correct?
Correct.
Let's do id of B. Let's do id of A. Are they same or different?
Same. Same.
Right. Now we are claiming one more thing here, that when we say id of A or id of B, it is going to the value in the memory and fetching the value's address. Correct? Which means id of 10 also should be same.
Correct.
Hello?
Yeah.
Are they same or any different?
Yes, sir.
They are the
Hence
same.
proved. All right. With that being addressed, now let us say we have all these values in the memory, right? At a point in time during the course of the program and whatever we write, the RAM is going to get filled up, correct? Now, how to make sure, or what do you call, how to handle the memory in our program? Because during the course of the program, if it only what do you call, adds values to the RAM or memory, sometime or the other, the RAM is going to get exhausted, correct? So how to efficiently manage memory, or in other terms called as delete unnecessary values, or delete unnecessary data, be it either value or a variable. Okay, to do so, then doing so is actually called as garbage collection. Okay, deleting unnecessary data from the memory is called as garbage collection. All right. Now, how to determine that something data is unnecessary? Python, the version of Python that we all have installed, does so. Identifies a value or a variable as unnecessary by this algorithm called as reference counting. Okay. So time and again, what does reference counting mean? Is time and again at scheduled intervals by the Python, the exe or dng or package files itself. Okay, it takes care of it internally. How it does that is, it frequently it invokes this program called as reference counting, and what it does is it goes to the memory, okay, and looks for each variable and each value and counts the number of references it has in the memory. Here, B has one reference to value 10, correct? And A also has
Correct.
one reference to value 10, correct? Some doubt, I
Correct.
guess.
Correct.
Right.
No, I'm saying
Now,
correct.
the value, yes, thank you. Now, the value 10 has two references in the memory, correct?
Yes.
Now, how many references does the value 15 have?
None.
And how many references does the value 5 has?
Zero. Zero. None.
Which means whenever the references are counted, and for whatever variables and values the references turn out to be 0, those values are garbage collected from the memory. That is how Python handles variables and values, and memory management is happening in Python, garbage collection.
So this is done in real time?
Yes, this is done in real time. We
Right.
don't have to do anything to invoke the reference counting or garbage collection. It takes care of itself.
Yeah. So the moment A's value was changed to 10, the remaining two values got into garbage.
Right.
The 5 and the 15 both went into garbage the moment we changed.
Right. Okay. Now, with this, we can discard the idea that we learned this morning, that a variable is a box. A variable is not a box in Python. A variable is just something that's stored in variable heap that is pointing to a value. Now, when you say or when you created the name variable, and the name variable is pointing to G. G is storing the address to O, I, D, O. That is how it traverses in the memory. Any questions here?
No
No
question
questions?
as such, but if I were to give ID of name, it should point to the G's location. And if I give ID of G, then it should pull up the same location.
Let's check. I think it should do that.
It should do that, right?
Yeah, I think if okay, so internally the way it is handling is that way for sure. So, but if there are any other dynamics involved there, then we will check. Name Guido. So when we say ID of Guido, it will be the same as we have discussed, right? ID of G, will that be the same? No. So that is how we understand it is, but how to understand this is like something there is a program internally that is saying that this is one variable or all this is one value. So to that address, Guido is referring to. Like when we say ID of name, you will get the same thing as ID of Guido. This is a dummy address location you can consider.
You can do ID of name bracket 0.
Oh, now that will be addressing to this thing. When you say ID of name 0, that will be addressing to the same G.
Probably
Any
internally,
questions?
probably internally it gives different addresses for each letter in the name.
Yeah. So each letter has its own name. For example, when I say, it has its own address. Name of 1, the address will vary. Name of 2, the address is different.
Yeah.
Name
Within
of
which
3,
you
the
have,
address is different.
yeah.
Clear in this part?
Can we like
ID,
do print of 4 and expect D to show up?
Okay. Print of name of 4, correct?
Yeah.
What should be the value?
I'm expecting 4, 1, 2, 3, sorry. Oh, yeah,
Got it?
yeah.
Yes. Interesting. All right. So with that, I can safely consider you guys have understood the concept of variables and memory management in Python. Am I correct?
yeah.
That is correct.
All right. All right. So with that laid out, let us learn the next constructs of Python. We have learned about the variables, the types of variables. In types of variables, we have left talking about two types of variables. Right? We thought we decided we'll talk about them later, right? Now they are Boolean. Okay. Also, short form is bool in Python, and the values that this type of variable refer to are that's it, two values. Okay. Excuse me. Another type of values are nothing but called as none type, and it has a single value in its type called as none with an uppercase N. So when you want to create a variable that is referring to nothing, then you say A is equal to none.
But by the garbage collection logic, A should immediately disappear from the memory.
No, none is a type of value. A points to that. Just to make sure to have a variable that is practically not pointing to any value, they have created a data type for the value,
Okay.
for nothingness. Right.
Okay. This is how you save memory from not getting lost if it doesn't point to anything.
Exactly.
But there
If
won't
you
be
want to
any
lose
reference,
this, if you
right?
want to retain.
How
Sorry?
can we create a value for it later, subsequently?
Okay.
We just say A
You can
is
say is
equal
equal
to
to 5.
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
Whatever it
whatever
is.
we
Yeah.
want.
That means then it'll be pointing out, right? Pointing to 5, right?
To that value.
Yeah.
The
Until then,
same the logic earlier. Yes.
okay. Would it be pointing to none earlier?
It'll be
It will be
pointing
pointed
to
to none earlier,
something
but
called
now.
none.
No, my question is, would it be pointing it to none earlier? When
Yeah,
5
that's
is
what
not
I
assigned?
showed, right? Earlier it was pointing to
Okay.
none.
Because there is no value, right? How would it be pointing it? There is no value being assigned. How would it point it to?
So none itself is a data type in Python.
Okay, got it. It's a data type. Okay, got it.
Yes. Right. Interesting. Now, we can officially say we are done with variables in Python. Okay. Right. The next concept, since we have learned about variables and some operators on it, now what we need to learn about is something called as using the variables, implementing some conditions. Now let's learn about something called as conditional control statements. Okay, but even before doing so, what we will do is let us write our first program. Okay. Now, what do we mean by the term program? Okay, we open a file, okay, and write few lines of Python in it. Let us say A is equal to 5, B is equal to 10, C is equal to A plus B. Okay, and write print C. This is one program, correct? A program is nothing but a series of instructions. Okay, a program is nothing but a series of instructions you want your computer to perform. That is the meaning of a program. Series of instructions or a set of instructions, which means some way, this is a method of telling to a computer what should be done after what. Okay. When you write a step-by-step code, that is called as a procedural program. Any questions here? Now, these series of instructions should go to the black box and return some output or execute. Right? By far, we have been writing single lines and hitting enter and seeing the result. Correct? But now we want to write a series of instructions, and we want those instructions to be executed together and give us one result. Now that is a program. Right. So now how to write programs and get them executed by Python. Okay. There are a series of steps. The first step is you open a file and give it and save it a name, or you open a file and write your code. Open file, write code. Okay. After writing code, save it with name. After the name, put a dot and write py as an extension. Okay. The dot py is what that is telling to the computer that this is a Python program or a Python file or a Python script. Any questions so far? Okay. You have saved the file now. You have not executed it. Now, how to execute a Python program from the terminal? To open or to get into the Python black box, we hit Python, we typed Python and hit enter, correct? Instead of we getting into that black box, if you want a Python program to go into the black box, get executed and print the output, for that to happen, what we should do is, after writing Python, we tell them or we give the location. Okay. After telling Python, we give the path to this program slash path to name dot py. Okay. What this will do is the computer, the OS will go to this part in your file system, takes this file, brings and gives it to this program, and Python is going to go into your code, translate it to zeros and ones, and returns the result. Any questions in this? No? Okay. If no questions, let us do this. What we'll do Python projects here is what I want to, where I want to create my this thing. So what I will do, I hope all of you got your VS Code installed in your computers.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. My bad. ls minus lrth. Okay. Done. Okay. mkdir. I will create a directory with cop feb 2025. Okay. Now cd. Right. Here I will say code part. So we will create our first program file here. Okay. Here, let us exit out of Python. Control L. And yeah, let us create our first file. Command N. This is the first step. I have opened the file, correct? Let us write a is equal to 5, the same lines that we have wrote in our example. B is equal to 10, C is equal to A plus B, and let us print C, right? So this is my program. Now I will save this program in this file, cop feb 2025 with the name first program dot py.
What button
Okay.
did you press to save the file, sir? What are the buttons you pressed to save this?
Command S actually, or in your computer it should be Control S.
Control S. Okay.
Yeah, Windows computers it is Control S. On Mac machines it is Command S.
So
Okay.
that's COP Feb 2025 is a folder that you created.
Yes.
So
You
we
can
can
create
do that manually,
whatever.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
GD Python projects ls minus lrtha. Okay. Now cd cop feb this thing ls minus lrtha. Yes, I have my first program here. Okay. Now to run this program, since I am in this directory, what I will do is I will directly say Python space first program.py, and thus should print the result of this operations. A is equal to 5, B is equal to 10, and C is equal to A plus B. What is the result? Value in C? 15. It should print 15, correct? Any questions here?
So is it always the Python command, or what is the difference between Python and pip?
Okay, pip is completely different. The usage of pip is something else. We will get there. Pip is a command used to install packages on Python. So we will get to what is a package and all when the time's right. Then we should be able to understand that. Okay. Any questions? Let me increase the font here. Readable, both the fonts.
Yeah.
Glad. All right. In the next 8 minutes, let us talk about the next concept and then take a quick 15-minute break. Okay. Right. We have created program, we have learned about variables, how to create variables, how to operate, do arithmetic operations between variables, etc. Right? Now, what we will look into is using other operators and writing something called as conditional control statements. Okay. Now, these conditional control statements or structures or constructs in Python are like this. What do you call? If, elif, and else. Okay. Now, how to write that is, let us say, let us take the marks of a student in a particular subject, let us say physics. Okay. In physics, a student has received 70 marks. Okay. Now we want to print if the marks of the students is greater than 80, we want to print that he has passed in distinction. Okay. We want to print that the student has passed in distinction. Else, print failed. We have only two levels here, two different kinds of screening here. If either he has passed with distinction or he failed. There's nothing anything apart from that. Okay. If that is how you want to write code, then you can write. Or if you want to decide that your student's pass mark is 35, you can simply do that also. If the marks in physics are 35 or greater, then print else failed. Any questions with this logic?
No questions.
All right. Okay. Now, if there are no questions, what we will do is let us execute this program here. It should print, since this is active, it should print 15, but let us comment that out. We will talk about commenting in just a minute. And run this program. The student has passed. Okay. What about now? The student
Yeah.
secured 34. Okay, beautiful. Very well said. The student failed. Right? Now,
Question.
yeah,
Does indentation matter? So, if
exactly.
the line
I am
particular,
getting there. I am getting there now. Now, in this situation here, how did Python know that it should not execute this line? Python came to this line, did this comparison, right? This comparison resulted in false, correct? Now, how did Python know that it should not execute this line? Python knew that because of this part here, called as indentation. In other programming languages, they promote something called as, sorry, if physics greater than or equal to 5, other programming languages do this square bracket thing, where they write. Okay. The square brackets determine that this block of statements, okay, must be executed only when this condition is true. Okay, which means anything after this square, flower bracket and before this flower bracket must be executed only when this condition is true. That is what this flower brackets determine, right? In Python, there is no concept of square brackets for determining a block of statements. Okay. In Python, there is no concept of flower brackets to determine a block of statements. Instead, you indent the code, which addresses the question. Indentation is everything.
What is the meaning of indentation?
Right. The additional spaces before a statement. With respect to Python programming, indentation means the number of spaces you give before your statement.
So how many times did you press spacebar after the if statement?
Beautiful. Okay. You can even have a single space indentation also. But
Okay.
the convention is 4 spaces.
Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
Now the next line again, here, if you want that line, this line to be executed, whatever you want to write here, print, for example, print, as it said, congratulations. If you want this line also to be executed, then it must be equally indented as this line. When you delete even one space, also it throws an error saying not properly indented. If you give one extra indentation also, it will throw an error. Unexpected indent. Which means to determine that all these statements belong to a single block of code, those statements must be equally indented. Okay. Any questions here? No? That is the meaning of indentation.
Gautam, this terminal works similar to Linux. I can copy everything and paste somewhere else.
Okay, this one or VS Code?
Yeah, whatever, like VS Code or whatever it is, like it just acts as a Linux terminal only, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm running the program in the Linux terminal itself, but
Yeah, I see that if you write the program, you're writing in VS Code right now, right? So usually in industry, I just wanted to know what will be the interpreter where we write the code. If I go as a data engineer and want to write a Python program, right? Where do we write? Is it in VS Code only or?
okay, there are multiple ways: VS Code or PyCharm or Anaconda, Jupyter, or there's something called as the recent one, Cursor. There's something called as Vim. There's something called as VI,
Okay.
NeoVim.
Okay, that's fine.
All
Like
these
I
are test
understand there
text
are multiple interpreters, but in industry, right? Most of the people use or they'll be more inclined to one this thing, right? I just wanted to see the interface also. Not now. I'm just trying to understand
Sure.
which interpreter that do they
So
use.
VS Code is the open source software from
Right.
Microsoft. So many people use VS Code for writing program. And
Okay.
VS Code is just an IDE editor,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
your
got it.
Notepad in
You can
Windows.
also run the program in VS Code itself, right? You did not go to terminal again, right?
Yeah, you can run it from here. Yes.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, go
So
ahead. Sorry.
what it does is, at the end of the day, what all a VS Code does is it does not have an interpreter by itself. What it does is it takes this file to the OS, to the terminal itself, and executes it there for you and returns the result here.
Some results here. Yeah, yeah.
At the end of it, it's taking it to the terminal itself.
Okay, got it. Yeah. No, why I asked is
Yeah.
like you're switching between these two, right? I just wanted to understand how they run the code in industry. I mean, most
Okay.
people use only same ID, right?
Right.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. All right. So let's take a quickie. It's 3:50 now. Let's regroup at 4:15.
Just a quick question before we break. I
Sure.
just want to know, how did you open the saved file? A is equal to 5, B is equal to 10. You saved the file. Did you open it? Can you show me how to open
I
the file?
opened an empty file and then I saved the file with this name. I showed, right? I opened an empty file, wrote the code, and then saved it with this name.
Yes. And after saving, did you open it elsewhere? What's the use of saving? We save something to be used later. So my question
Right.
is, can I use this later? It's now saved. So
Right.
somewhere in your computer. So
Definitely.
can you like open another terminal and make 15 appear on it without without writing A is equal to 5 again?
Okay, so another terminal, this is the one, okay. I say Python space, directly I will run this program, okay.
Python space.
Where is it? PyCharm, right? PyCharm project slash COP, yes, slash program name, first program.py.
Why failed? Okay, because it's physics is equal to 35. Okay. It's not, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Reason,
and
as you have rightly pointed out, the reason for creating files is for reusability.
yeah, and I want to know, why did we put the percentage symbol, or as you call it, that there is a percentage symbol? Only if you put that it will work, or
Okay. That is what Linux is giving. So you don't have, that's Linux prompt
that's Linux.
or my
Okay.
operating system prompt. That's not what we are doing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Your Windows may not have that in all probability, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
All
Thank you.
right. So, no problem. So let us regroup in 15. Let me resume. All right. So any questions so far? Okay.
So
Now,
in
the
Visual
first,
Code
yeah,
also we can get Python plugin and execute the code right there itself, right?
right.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Hey, Gautam, what about when? Is there a
What about?
when conditional?
No, there is no when. Only if, elif, and else. We'll talk about that. Okay. Right. Now, removing else here. Also, the program will not throw an error. Which means if the value is great, I mean, since the value is 34 here, do you think this will run? These two lines will be executed. Do you think these two lines will be executed?
No,
It should.
because they don't meet the condition.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
When you say enter, it printed nothing. Correct? It just did not execute these lines and came out. Even without an else condition, it will not throw an error, but execute.
Just to confirm, these are two different terminals, and they could be in two different computers as well, but currently they are in your computer. So in this terminal, you are setting the conditions, and in that, you're just asking it to print, and it is printed from this particular
I'm running
terminal.
this program.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, then yes. Okay. If you write else, it will say this.
What
Yes.
is ELF?
What is Elsa?
ELIF.
Okay, we'll talk about it. Okay. Now, let us say you have more conditions. It is not black or blue. Let us say you want to tell if someone has received marks greater than 35, then you want to say pass. Okay. If they secured greater than, what do you call, 40, you want to say third class. Greater than 50, second class. Greater than 60, first class. Let us say you want to give such range of values, right? Which means you want to check multiple conditions.
Okay.
Now, in that situation, you say elif greater than 40, print third class. You can do better. Elif greater than 50, print second class. Elif greater than 60, print first class. Excellent. Elif greater than 70, so between if and else, if you want to have more conditions, you can mention your conditions with the word elif. Okay. ELIF stands for, it is nothing but an abbreviation for else if. Okay.
Okay.
Simple as that. So when you run this program, since the marks are less than 35, they should say fail, better luck next time. When you say 65, it will say first class, excellent. But in this condition here, it will also say few other things. Now let us execute the program line by line ourselves. Okay, before sending it to the interpreter, let us run this. Okay, so we take the value that is stored in physics is 65, right? Is 65 greater than or equal to 35? Hello?
Yes, it is.
So what it does? It
It
prints pass and says congratulations. Right?
yeah, it should not.
Exactly. And comes out. So this condition, okay, the Python program will go to this condition, else if condition, only if the if condition fails.
Fails or is met? Met greater
So
than.
no. Do not get confused. I am telling Python program will go to the else if condition only if the if condition fails. If this condition is true, it will execute these statements, correct? And it
Correct.
will never come into this line, right? Because we are telling
Correct.
else if only if this condition is wrong, then go here. That is what we mean here. Which means we need to write our logic in a different way. But are you understanding the point that we are trying to discuss here?
Yes, the Python will go to the second line or the second else if only if the if condition fails.
Fails, correct? Which means in the way the code is written right now, when we run this program, it will print these two lines and exit out of the program. That is what it should do, correct? Because this condition is met. Hello?
Yeah, first condition is met, it doesn't go to the second one, the other elif.
In any other conditions.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Which means Python is running code the way it is told to run. It does not have a brain by itself. So it is the developer's responsibility to write the logic the way it has to be written. Okay? Now, how it has to be written is, I want to check that condition first. This condition next. This condition next. This next. And at the last, this. What I will do is I will write else elif here and remove the elif there. Okay. Now, since the programs run from top to down, that is how the programs are run. Okay. Now, this variable is established in the memory. What it does, it takes this variable and compares with the value here. Now, is 65 greater than or equal to 70? Hello?
No.
No, right? So this will not be executed. Now, is 65 greater than or equal to 60?
Yes.
Yes. This gets printed and it will never go into these other else if or else statements. Let us run and check. Any questions here? The syntaxes are just the same. But how to write logic is the developer's responsibility. Now let us say I write this line first and this line next. And when you run this program, what do you think this will print? No,
Same.
I don't want that line
First
first.
class and actually.
Yes. So I want this line first. Sorry, my bad. Because I want to show something different, right? Now, if I run this program, what do you think will be the output?
Second class, good.
That is that second class, right?
But that is the wrong output, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Now is a good time to talk about two kinds of things called as syntax errors and semantic errors. Okay. What are syntax errors? Syntax errors are those where an error is shown, an error exists in the syntax of the program itself. Okay, let us say print is a function, built-in function in Python. Let us say we have forgotten one alphabet or character there, right? Now, when you run this program, it will not give an output, but it will give an error saying print is not defined. Now, such an error is called as syntax error. Okay. Now, when you run this program, it is not throwing any error, but the output is wrong. Correct? Such errors are called as semantic errors. Semantic errors are nothing but meaningful errors, which means semantic error means the program still runs, executes, and gives the output, but the output is not what we expect. Such errors are called as semantic errors. So semantic errors are little difficult to handle, but once you get a hang of it, you'll be able to deal with it well. Any questions, anyone?
So in that if and elif statements, if we give range, then no need to worry about the order. Is that right? Like if
Range
instead
in the
of
sense.
if greater than equal to 70, in place of that, if we give greater than 60, greater than equal to physics or greater than equal to 70, then no need of No need to
Okay,
worry
I
about
get your
the
point.
order. Yeah.
PHYSICS. So if at the end of the day, if you write logic correctly, then you don't have to worry about the order. But here, if you say it's greater than or equal to 60 and physics. Okay. Less than or equal to 70. Then you want this thing there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even in this condition also, the order is mandatory. What do you think will happen if I write greater than 50? And depending on this thing, okay, if I write less than 60 here, then yes, it will not work. Then, as you said, order doesn't matter.
Okay.
But when we write the order correctly, only then order doesn't matter. Any questions, anyone? Any questions, anyone? If not, we can proceed further.
No.
All right. We have covered if and else if conditions, if elif and else. Now, we said we have commented this code. We have put a hash symbol before and then said we have commented this code, right? It means that any code or any line of code in the program, in the .py file, if the line is starting with a hash symbol, then those lines will not be executed in the program by the interpreter. Okay, that is the meaning of it. When we say we have commented it out. Any questions, anyone? All right.
How can you do a bulk commenting also? Same thing?
Yeah. You select the multiple lines together and okay, to comment, you have a shortcut here in your computers. In my Mac OS, it is command slash, and in your Windows computers, it should be control slash. That is what do you call your notebook dependent or your IDE dependent. But the idea is multiple line commenting, also single using hashes we can do. There is another way of doing it also, but I'll not talk about it now.
Yeah. Control slash worked.
Okay. All right. Yes. So next, let us get into the next part of the programming called as looping. Can someone define a loop? Looping means repeating the execution of a block of code for a number of times or multiple times. Okay? You want to repeat the execution of a block of code multiple times. That is called as looping. Okay? Python provides us with two constructs to handle looping. One is called as while and other is called as for. Okay? All right. Now let us look at how do we handle while loop. Let us say we want to print hello world, okay, for 5 times. Okay, we want to print hello world for 5 times, let us say. How can we do that using while loop? Okay, we take a variable I and assign it to 0. I like to start my variables with 0. Okay. Now I will say while as long as I is less than 5. Okay. This is what I mean. As long as I is less than 5, execute this block of code. That is what I will be doing here. Okay. Which is print hello world. Okay. But
What
I is
block of
0
code?
here. Sorry.
What block of code is it referring to? Execute the
This one.
block of code. So the one that comes
Whatever
below
I write.
your command.
Yes.
Below.
Yes. Below
Okay.
the while command.
Because there
The
is a block
indentation again.
above. There is a block of code above. That's why I was asking how it differentiates between that block of code and this block of code.
Right. Again, indentation. After this, anything after this, it means. While this condition is true, come inside in the sense after this line, if there is a code that is properly indented, execute those lines of code program. Okay. But if I run this program now, this hello world will be printing for 1,000,000 times, continuously printing. It will not stop. Why? Because my I is equal to 0. I have initiated my I to be 0, right? Now it comes to this line and checks if my I is less than 5. Is 0 less than 5? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. 0 is less than 5, which means it comes inside the block and runs this program. And runs this line, prints hello world. Right? After finishing printing this line, there is nothing in this block. So again, it will go back to the while condition. Right? Now, what is the value of I?
Again 0. It doesn't go to
Still
it
0.
does not increment.
Right. We did not change the value of I, basically.
Yeah.
So it is
So
still 0. And
yeah,
then
it will
the
go.
condition is again true.
It
And
goes
it
infinite time
continuously.
printing.
Exactly. Which means what should we do? We need to change the value of I in such a way that at some stage it
It's fine.
exceeds 5 or it equals 5. Correct? Because
Mhm.
as soon as I becomes 5 or greater than 5, this condition will terminate, right?
Mhm.
Hence, what we should do is increment the value of I. Okay. Now, to increment the value of I want to print this 5 times. Correct? And I'm checking if I is less than or equal to 5. Right? So by what value I should increment I at
By
each
1,
iteration?
by I, by
Plus 1.
1, plus 1.
Right? I plus 1. Now, what is the short form for this?
I plus equals 1.
5 plus equals 1.
Right? Let's check that. Got it? If I'm starting my I from 1, how should my condition change?
Gautam, I have a quick question.
Yes.
We do that 46 line instead of in 46, if we put in 47, still it will be the same output. I'm trying to understand how it executes.
Okay. You want
40, yeah, that increment in
this
40
way.
we give, yeah. Is it the same thing how Python reads or?
See, let's run the program. So
Okay.
initially I value is 5. I mean I is 0.
Mm-hmm.
0 is less than 5. We have already updated I to 1 now. Now
So
I
only
is
4
1.
prints will be there or 5?
No,
That's what I want to
no.
understand.
Why? See, again, only when the condition fails, it will come out, right?
Yeah. But your before printing only your increment it by 1, right? So it will be 1
Right.
in first iteration. So if only 4 hello words will be there or
No. That's what. Let's go through the code again. So
you got
my I is 1 here,
Mhm.
right? It prints. Now goes to the condition. 1 less than 5, true.
Yeah.
Comes down, I is 2 here, prints the hello world. Goes
Mhm.
back, 2 less than 5. Okay. It printed once. Okay. Again. Now, I is 3, goes back, condition true. Now, I is 5, which means when I is 0, it printed. 1, it printed.
No, you incremented before print, right? That's what I was trying to understand.
Right.
You
Even
4 hello worlds or 5 hello worlds here in this program?
all 5 you will get.
Okay.
Starting from
That's what
0.
I see. You are not, you don't have a condition right after, before printing hello world, you are not checking for a condition. That is the idea.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah, that's what execution in which format will it execute? That's what I want to understand. Now I got it. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Any more questions, anyone?
I plus 1 equals 1. It doesn't matter whether it's before print or after print, right?
Yes. See,
Only
all
we
that
are,
matters is condition
we are
and print.
checking the condition, how many times it has to go through the loop.
Right. Okay. Everyone is a Telugu person here, right? So in Telugu, there is a saying that goes like, ఈడ్చి తన్నినా తన్నిడిచిన ఎఫెక్ట్ ఒకటే. So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the next kind of loop is
One
on
more
loop.
question. So ఇప్పుడు హలో వరల్డ్ మొత్తం ప్రింట్ చేస్తున్నాను. లూప్ పెట్టుకుని ప్రింట్ చేస్తే వెళ్తానే ఉంటుంది కదా, దాన్ని ఎగ్జిట్ ఎలా చేస్తాం?
Control C. Control C works for me in Mac OS. I think it translates as is in Windows అనుకుంటా.
అంటే నేను పైథాన్ దానిలో టెర్మినల్‌లో చేయట్లేదు నేను. జస్ట్ ఓన్లీ వీఎస్ కోడ్‌లోనే రన్ చేస్తున్నాను అనమాట. కోడ్ అంతా వీఎస్ కోడ్‌లోనే రన్ చేస్తున్నాను.
Okay. So what we will do is we'll try doing the same thing here. Let us comment this out. Okay, so it runs right continuously. It is running continuously. Control C.
ఆగట్లేదు.
అవునా?
రన్ అవుతుంది ఇంకా కూడా.
Command C.
అవ్వట్లేదు అవన్నీ ఆల్రెడీ ట్రై చేశాను.
Interesting. Control X. ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. నాకు తెలిసి అయిపోయి ఉంటదన్న స్ట్రాంగ్ ఫీలింగ్, బట్ నో.
జస్ట్ ఇంటెంటేషన్ ఇవ్వకపోయినా అసలు ఎర్రర్ ఏమొస్తుందో చూద్దామని ట్రై చేశాను.
ఓకే. స్టాప్ కి ఇక్కడ వీడు వేరే షార్ట్ కట్ పెట్టినట్టున్నాడు.
లేదు,
It depends on the shortcut
జస్ట్
provided by your
స్టాప్
VS Code.
అయిపోతుంది. చూసాను నేను. క్లోజ్ చేసేస్తే అవుతుంది.
క్లోజ్ చేస్తే అవుతుంది, బట్ స్టాప్ నొక్కుతుంటే కదా అవట్లేదు. ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్.
చూద్దాంలే, కంటిన్యూ. సారీ, బ్రేక్ చేస్తాను.
యా. ఓకే.
I think it is Control C.
Control C నేను చేశాను. I mean we did.
Yeah.
Somehow. Okay.
ప్రాబ్లీ VS కోడ్ లో ఆగట్లేదేమో అంతే. ప్రోగ్రామ్ టర్మినేట్.
Maybe అంతేలే. Maybe the shortcut is different for VS Code. Someone message or something. Okay.
I'm doing that in VS Code. నాకు Control C వర్క్ అవుతుంది.
వర్క్ అవుతుందా? ఓకే. ఇట్ షుడ్ యాక్చువల్లీ, ఎందుకంటే దట్స్ a universal command to break something. I mean కంటిన్యూస్ గా ఏదైనా లూప్ అయిపోతున్నప్పుడు if you want to break the program, you do Control C. That's universal in Linux and Windows systems, but we can check that. Okay. Yes. Now let us get to for loop. Okay. Now for in Python is called as an iterator or iterator. So what is an iterator? Okay. An iterator or an iterator is nothing but you have a collection of values. Okay. అందులోంచి like from those collection of values you want to fetch one value at a time. Okay. Instead of writing all this logic, I mean writing less than condition, more than condition, etc., you can simply make use of an iterator. Okay. Now let us create a range of values or a collection of values. To create a range of values in Python, we have something called as range function. Okay. The range function takes at least one argument. Okay. Which means when you say range of 10, it creates a collection in the backend of values from 0 till 9. Which means it gives total 10 values. And those values start from 0 and go until you finish 10 values. You get 10 values, which is 9 in this case. Okay. Now directly to get or to fetch one value at a time from this range function, we can make use of a for iterator. For a variable name, it could be any variable name, somewhere in range 10, print somewhere. Now what this program does is it prints the values from this range function, the values that are given by this range function in the order they are given, which is this. Any questions, anyone? Hello?
No question.
And
So, what is the keyboard shortcut to run the code?
where in Python? I mean, in VS Code or in the terminal?
In VS Code.
Okay, it varies actually. For me, it is Control Option N, I guess. Yes. In Mac OS computers, it is Control Option N. For other computers, I don't know. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll find.
Right. For using for iterating over values is very simple and very interesting, very straightforward. Okay. Now let us understand the range function a little deeper. So we said when we give range 10, it returned values from 0 till 9, correct? Now, how does it know that it should start from 0 and it should go till 9? So
Indexing, right?
range
That is-
function, sorry?
It starts from 0 and ends till 9, right? Is that
Yes, how does it know that it should do that?
like like an indexing, right? It starts with 0 and end with the last number.
But range is not a, what do you call, a string or any other type of data structure, right? It is just a function. A range is a function that accepts something called as three parameters. So what are functions and all, we will talk. But let us understand the range function for now. Okay, we understand that range is a function. Okay, it is something written by Python developers for us. Like the print
Gautam, how
function,
did
like
it know to start from zero? Is it
I'm coming there.
okay? Sorry.
I'm coming there. Okay, right. So it's just like other built-in functions, range is also a function. Okay. Now this has three parameters, so called as parameters. Okay, called as start, stop, and step. Okay. Now these parameters, the start parameters has a default value called as 0. Okay. The step parameter has a default value called as 1, which is why whenever you pass a value, by default, that value is assigned to the stop parameter. And this is defining that whenever you receive only single value, okay, it means to to give values starting from 0 until this value at an addition of 1 at each step. Okay, which means when we said range of 10, it assigned 10 to stop and it interpreted the function like this, saying start at 0, and by taking one step at a time, go till 9. And by going one step at a time, give me 10 values. As soon as the value becomes, internal value for range becomes 10, it comes out of the loop and it returns only these values. Any questions there? Now, does this mean that we can pass values for the start and stop step parameter also?
We can,
Yes.
yes.
Yes. For some variable in range, I want to start from 10 and go to 100 at 2 steps at a time. Okay, which
I
means
have a
I want to
question.
start at 10. Sorry. Yeah.
I have a question. So,
Mhm.
in the comment, you mentioned like range start is equal to 0, stop is equal to 10. So that
Right.
10 is that the index or the value?
That is a value.
It's a value. So like it should
Right.
print 10 also, right? So
No. Stop at 10. It prints 10 values.
okay,
Starting from 0, it prints 10 values.
okay. So it's a number of values. 10 is the number of values, not the
Yes.
number 10. Okay, yeah.
Or yes. Or you can consider to stop here.
Okay,
Stop at this number. I don't want that number. Stop at that number. That is the
okay,
meaning of it.
okay. Yeah, I got it.
Right. Now, when we say 10 to 100 here, we are telling stop at 100. I don't want 100. Which means this will return value starting from 10 as you see there. So on up to 98. Because as soon as it becomes 100, it comes out. It will not give 100. And since we are taking 2 steps at a time, we will get 10, 12, 14, so on up till 98. Okay? This is what we want. Any questions? Did we get?
Is there any way we can get inclusive of that number, ending number? Get incremented by 1, right? Okay. Yep. I think 1 over 1 not get printed. Up
Yes,
to
1 over
1.
1 get not.
Okay.
Yes. We got our 100. Any questions, anyone?
Yeah. So
Mhm.
it's it won't print 100, but it's
Yes.
printing 10. Why?
That's how the function is defined in Python. So it is defined in such a way that to start from this value, but to stop at this value. You start from this value and I want this value. You stop at this value and I don't want this value. That is the meaning of it. That is how the function is defined by the developers who developed Python.
Okay.
We get 10 numbers though. Starting from 0,
Sorry?
it is 9, it get 10 numbers.
I didn't get that.
No, what I'm thinking was, it doesn't print 10, but still we get 10 numbers starting from 0.
Right. So the step value is there, right? What is step doing? First time when you are fetching one value from this range, it knows to start from 0. It got 0, correct?
1. Yeah.
Next
It
time, it is adding this value, the step value to the start value.
incrementing by 1.
1, the step, whatever value is there for the step parameter. The default value for the step parameter is 1. Here we have provided 2 as the step value for the step parameter. And hence we have received values from 10 to 98 at increments of 2. When you say 3 here, we will get 10, 13, 16, 19, and so on. So it takes at every iteration, it takes this value, I mean the value that it has at that point in time, and adds it to the step value. For example, here, since step is 1, 0 is taken, and once 0 is printed, because of this loop, because we are printing the number, once 0 is printed, it goes back to the loop start, and then the value with somewhere is 0, correct? It will add the step value to the 0, and then checks if that step, after adding step value, is the value less than or equal to this value. If it is less than this value, then it prints 1. Again, it adds 1 and then goes back checking this. 1 is less than 10. I mean, 1 plus 1, 2, right? So 2 is less than 10, it prints 2. And so on, it goes until 9 and prints. After printing 9, the step value is added to 9 again, and then it is compared with the stop value. What will become when you add 1 to 9? It becomes 10. Correct? And this value is equal to 10. It exits without getting inside the loop. That is the point of this. That is how range function works. Any questions there? Hello?
No questions.
Great. With this, we can claim that we have dealt with loops as well. Okay. Up for some more?
We still have to deal with for it. While loop is what we have done, and we want to discuss like while say I is less than 100. So for that we have decided to delve into range function. Because if I want I to be less than 100, but I want only even numbers per se, then I can say I is equal to 0. Then I can define a range function as start is equal to 0, stop is equal to 100, and step is equal to 2. Then only even numbers will come. So like that, it will go until 100, and 100 and 50 times it'll print hello world. So this is why we have discussed loop function. Is for loop also the same thing, or is for loop something different?
No, this is for loop. For in Python is an iterator. That is where we started.
Oh, okay. So range itself is a for loop.
No. Range is a function that is providing one value at a time.
Okay.
You are
So
using for iterator to take, I mean, range is a function that is providing a list of values or a collection of values. Okay. You use an iterator to go to that collection and take one value at a time.
Okay. So can you explain the difference between iterator and function?
Okay. A function is a one-time thing. Like for example, when you say print of hello, it is
Yeah, I'm
just
here.
printing it once, right?
Oh, okay.
Only once. But when you
Yes.
say for, when you say for, and here you are giving it a collection of values, right? Range is a collection of values. What it is doing, it is going to this collection iteratively and taking one value at a time and printing. Right?
Okay. Mm.
Now, the range is a function. The for is an iterator.
Mm-hmm.
For example, instead of this range, let us have the other collection of data that we have discussed this morning is string, correct?
Yes. Yes, we have discussed.
Yes. So we said strings are collection of characters.
Correct.
Okay. If I say to print one character at a time from this string, okay,
Mm-hmm.
let us comment this one out. We can do with while loop as saying I is equal to 0, while I is less than, since Guido has 5 characters, let us say 5. Okay,
Mm.
print, we need that Guido in one variable, name equal to, okay, print name of I.
Mm.
Now what will this print at each iteration? Iteration means nothing but
One
repetition.
character. Yeah,
One character in a line.
Yeah, one letter at a time.
So what we have to do is I plus equal to 1. Got it?
Yes.
Instead of all of these formalities, if you are trying to access values from a collection, okay, if you are trying to access or if you are planning to access values from a collection, you can simply say with the help of for iterators, you can simply say what the for keyword is doing is it is going to this variable name and taking or collecting one value per iteration and running this code basing on that value.
Yes.
Did you understand the difference between range function and an iterator?
Yes.
Great.
Are we going to discuss do while loop as well?
We don't have do while loops in Python.
Okay, like only in C.
Not only in C, C, C++. Any Java people here? I don't remember if Java has. I think Java has do while loops.
Okay.
Yes. Any questions, anyone? Any more questions?
Gautam, are you gonna give any assignment for today or everything will be tomorrow?
No. I mean, I will put up the assignments in the common directory and I will share the directory, this thing, location with all of you guys after the sessions.
Okay.
But yeah. And there are some problems that you can address today as
Okay.
well in that collection. All right. But
So,
I am willing to go a little further if you guys are okay with it, or if you guys are exhausted, then we can do it tomorrow morning. No hurries.
Fine.
okay, we'll take it up tomorrow, Gautam.
Okay.
So, how long is it gonna take? Is it gonna take some more time or have some time?
Uh,
If everyone is available, they can take it. I'll listen to the recording later, but I need to be out.
okay. How about others?
Like, how about Rajesh? How can how long he can be here or he won't leave?
No, I can.
He wants to.
Anyway, it's recorded, right? I can take it up later. If you guys want to
Yeah.
carry on, you can carry on. I'll be leaving. That's what I'm saying.
Let's know about others, what others feel, not that.
Yeah.
Okay.
What others?
Yeah, either ways, I'm okay. I mean, we can continue.
Okay. We've got 2 okays and 1 not okay. How about others?
Yeah, okay for next 30 minutes.
next 30 minutes, right?
Need to drop.
Ram, how about you?
I need to drop.
Oh, okay. Uh, fine. So what we will do is let's take up those topics tomorrow morning itself, and if at all required,
Yeah.
we can extend ourselves a little tomorrow
You can
evening
do one
itself
thing.
and wrap it up.
You
Yeah.
can do one thing. You can stop the recording for right now and start another recording. You can continue and send us the video after you're done. The last part.
Okay.
I hear.
Okay.
I think that's okay.
Yeah.
New tomorrow, since everyone will be there tomorrow.
Yeah. So
Yes.
I agree. Let's do tomorrow. I hope we can cover everything. That's the only concern. But
Yeah,
if we
yeah,
are
yeah. I
able
mean,
to
if at all
cover everything,
required,
we can.
sure, sure. So let's regroup tomorrow morning 10 a.m. Okay?
All right.
A small thing which I want to call out. Probably we can reduce the breaks. I mean, if everyone is okay and if
Yeah,
it's okay.
lunch break at 1 hour, 10 minutes is not really required. We can reduce the lunch. Is what I feel.
Yes.
Yeah, based
Okay.
on your also, Gautam. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay because I mean, I don't eat lunch, so that's not an issue for me. So last time actually people took more than 1 hour 15 minutes. So and that is why this thing. Fine. So tomorrow lunch break we'll have it only for 40-45 minutes. That should be good.
Yeah, that should be.
Yes,
Half
that
an hour is
works.
okay until people have to cook.
Really?
Break is good. Yeah.
We can do one thing, Gautam. If everyone is okay, we can at least start by 9 o'clock or something. Instead of 10
No,
o'clock,
9
right?
o'clock is too early tomorrow
Oh,
because
okay.
being a Sunday,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
weekdays are a little arm twisted for us, for
Okay.
all of
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
So
So
let's relax. Try to be a learning session, and you enjoy what you learn. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
yeah, I
That's the
agree.
idea.
We'll just cut short on the lunch break.
And then, okay, 1.5 hours we can take at a stretch, and then give a 10 minutes break.
Sure.
Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
That way we can have
Fine.
more time.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
All right. So you must be exhausted. We are not. I'm not though.
I'm fine actually. I can go on,
Yeah.
but that's okay. Let's take it tomorrow.
All righty.
Pick it up.
Thanks, man. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Gautam.
I think
Yeah.
tomorrow we can share all the numbers, contact information, so that
Sure. That's what I mean. Okay. So everyone who has registered in this thing, uh, automatically a WhatsApp group link must have popped up, and you would have already joined in there. That is why I've been asking to register.
Oh, okay, okay. Otherwise, you can add my name separately. In
Yes,
that
I'll
way.
do that. I'll do that for you. Yeah.
All right. Thanks.